Greetings and welcome to the People's Ascension for the grand finale of this season's demo play mini-series. This is Lost Eons GENESTAR, the demo play for, of course, the Lost Eons Solarpunk Adventure TTRPG by David Blandy. It has been such a journey. It has been such a wild ride doing this particular season. It's a great game. I had a bit of a rocky start on the admin side of things, but it has more than paid off. This has been such a great time, and I'm sad to know that we're bringing the story to an end, because honestly, I could just keep this going for so much longer. There is so much stuff behind the scenes and so many other ideas that I have, that the players have, that we've all worked on collectively. This is just the tip of the iceberg. So we'll see if we ever get back to Lost Eons, but this is a game I can definitely recommend, and it does a great job of building in and facilitating and encouraging collaborative storytelling, so you get these incredible, expansive, way more than you could possibly play ideas. Just from the actual creation standpoint of the game. But anyway, before we get into all of that, I will try to keep this brief, but I never do, because we have a lot to squeeze in to this finale. We've covered a lot of the rules, tools, and themes already. There's a few more things I would like to go over and just reiterate throughout the game, but I think we've covered a lot of the great stuff. We've easily covered core mechanics. We've done a lot with spellcasting and potion creation, thanks to Cooper and his potion making. Hopefully we'll get a little bit more there. We've run the gamut of the success and failure spectrum, which has been fun. Nobody's had to press their luck yet, so we'll see if we can get that in. We've talked about adventure clocks, magic, and a bit of combat, and we'll see where all of that ends up. So I hope this has been a fun and educational at the same time demo play for you. But if you want a much more succinct way to learn the game, I am happy to announce that later than I would have liked, but I have finally released the first bite-sized tutorial video for Lost Eons. That is up on our YouTube. It covers the core mechanics. The core mechanics video is usually longer than all the rest because it covers, the whole skeleton of the game. It's about 9 minutes, intro, outro, examples, and all of that stuff. But it covers the core mechanics of the game. And with that, and of course reference of the book, you should have everything you need to know to run or play your own game of Lost Eons. I have a number of other videos that are planned, partially recorded, partially edited, that will be dropping shortly, TM. The character creation video is actually fully recorded. It is mostly edited. There's some final touches I want to set up, so that should be coming out in a couple days. But I also have plans for a video detailing the spellcasting rules and combat, of course, and those will be coming out hopefully within the next week, because next week is the actual series finale of RPGs Uncovered Season 3 as a whole. This is the demo play finale. Next week we will have a complete analysis, breakdown, complete examination of the Lost Eons rules, how everyone... We'll get everyone's thoughts about how the game played out, both from a rule standpoint, from a character creation standpoint, from the player standpoint, from the GM standpoint. It's going to be a critical analysis of Lost Eons and all the rules, tools, and themes that we had available to tell this story and to play this game. I think it's going to be fantastic. I have a lot of words to say. I'm sure these guys have a lot of words to say, and it's going to be resoundingly positive all around. I can definitely recommend this game. But for more details about that, be sure to stop by next week for the actual Season 3 finale, the critical analysis of Lost Eons. Anyway, let's see. Like I said, keeping it brief. I do have a few announcements. One of those I already mentioned was the tutorials that just dropped and others that are coming up. But I also have more things coming up. Namely, I will be in a The One Ring second edition game this upcoming Wednesday. That is the 22nd. That is going to be run by my good friend Chris, the deserted DM on Twitter. Great guy, professional DM. I've played with him in the past. He was on the Pathfinder Lugon project show I ran a while back, both episodes of that. And it is going to be hosted by Klaus, if you're familiar with Klaus. He is a fantastic guy. He's going to be another player. We also have Hope and Gamer Mama Luna joining us. An all-star cast that somehow I got invited to. I don't know what I'm doing there, but I will be there too. And the best part about it is also a learning the game type show that I don't have to run. I just get to be a player. So I am fighting my urges to do a deep dive of the One Ring second edition, put it through the RPG's uncovered spin cycle. I'm gonna let Chris handle that. Chris and Klaus can handle that, and I get to just be a player and have them teach me a game for once. And the best part is I know absolutely nothing about the Lord of the Rings. So if you want to see that train wreck, stop by this Wednesday over on Klaus's channel, because it is going to be fantastic. We already did session 0, and we have some amazing characters. Me and Hope built some great characters that are going to have a fantastic back and forth. So don't miss that. Come check out all of our Twitters. But if you're not already following, that's the metric, right? If you're not already following the People's Ascension on Twitter, stop by there. That's where all of those announcements are going to be. Following that, the month of July is going to be full of one-shots here on the People's Ascension. I have 3 currently in the scheduling phase, and I'm talking with another 3 or 4 about setting it up, and that's all within the last week. We'll see if I can get some more going ahead. One of those, I'm not gonna commit anyone to anything, but one of those is a secret project that Drake here is running, I believe. So, well, I'll let him talk about that if he would like to. Anyway,
we'll get there.
You're going to be seeing more of a lot of these phases coming up, and if you're interested in learning some smaller games and just checking out one-shots instead of these, I would say, longer format campaigns. It's only a 4-session campaign, these mini-series. But if you're more interested in one-shots, those will be coming up through the month of July. And then in June, we will be starting Season 4. Not June, it is now June. In August, we will be starting Season 4 of RPGs Uncovered, and that is going to be featuring Upriver and Downriver. And that's all I'm going to say for the moment, because I'm still largely setting it up. But that is a great game. Go search for that. I'm going to make you go find it until I have more things to say about it. But again, come hang out with us on Twitter. Come hang out with us on our Discord. That is all linked down below, and that's where you will find all of our announcements for things coming forward, like other shows, casting calls, and other places where you will be able to find me ramble on nonsensically for way too long. Anyway, speaking of that, let's throw it over to everybody else. Oh yeah, support sites. We have support sites. Ko-Fi. They're getting updated. We have characters on there, we have backstories on there. The map is up there and will be revised shortly. Characters will be revised shortly because there have been some minor changes throughout this show, and it's the best way to support. I'm gonna leave it there and actually throw it over to my fantastic players for I would say for the last time, but we're gonna be here next week. But we can say hello to the characters they will be playing for the last time. Anyway, Andrew, it is good to have you with us for this this finale. I know we are all excited for this. Thank you for joining us. Tell me what you have going on.
Well, one, very, very excited to be here. I have not really got to finish out very many campaigns, so it's nice to always be part of another one. Hi, my name is Andrew. I'm that gamer Ajax on YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, basically wherever you can find your content creation, I'm there. I use he/him pronouns, and really, I on those, I just kind of like talking about tabletop games and try to put out some helpful tips and tricks and guides for all kinds of tabletop games, both D&D and some of the smaller ones that other people might not know about. My personal favorite being Veil of the Void. I can't believe that we are here at the campaign finale. I'm very interested to see what's going to happen. I'm a little anxious, especially after last time with all of those bad rolls. I'm really worried for Cooper Starward, who is my character. I'm a little salvager. I like to tinker and play with potions and everything like that, and hopefully that won't blow up in anybody's face. Very eager to see what happens, though.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Okay. Awesome. And then we have Zoe, who I know has things that you're working on, but I will leave you to tell us as much as you can about all of those things.
Hi, I'm Zoe, or Zoe Trooper. You can find me on Twitter as @ZoeTrooper. I use she, her, he, him pronouns. I am currently signed up to do Magic Mouth is Missing with Casters and Castles tomorrow at 8 p.m. EST, I think. 24-hour times mess with me. 2100 ET. So there you go. That's tomorrow. I get to play a wonderful sorcerer named Vincent Renard. And I'm quite proud of that name. For this game, specifically though, with Lost Eons, I am playing Daffaleria Starward, sister to Cooper Starward. I am the caster of the group because I could not let this game get away without playing a caster, because magic-based card systems are probably one of my favorite things. As for July 2nd, I am also running with Casters and Castles and running a one-shot called The Last Drink. And it's about pirate hell, essentially, or pirate purgatory. So if you die at sea, come to the last drink at the end of the world and see what's happening there.
I like that name.
That sounds so cool.
Yeah.
It does.
All right. Great stuff. And, of course, wrapping up our fantastic cast, we have Drake here. I know you have things going on because we've talked about things going on.
Yeah, hi. I'm Drake, also known as Lion. You can find me at The Lion Knight on Twitter, Twitch, pretty much anywhere on social media, YouTube, where I currently host a weekly actual play of D&D 5th edition called Dice Trays Action, which is on every Tuesday evening at 8 p.m. EST. I have a show that is going to be having a new episode coming soon called Roll for Perspective, where I sit down with content creators, game designers, GMs, DMs, and more to discuss tips, tricks, insights, and learn about new systems and how to go about making content. And I'm really excited to announce that I have a new series that's going to be coming sort of staggered over the summer called Tales from the Table, which is going to be bringing a lot of different games to you with amazing casts. You will at some point be seeing each of these other amazing individuals on that. And right now, we're working on setting up an exact date, although we don't have one yet, for a really cool Veil of the Void game, although I won't say much else besides the fact that the amazing Andrew is going to be running that for us. And I'm so excited to have more information about that and other Tales from the Table coming to you soon.
I am so excited for that. I have spent
so shiny.
I have spent way more time than I should have this week thinking about that game and my character.
Yup.
Okay. That's all of these fantastic people. And of course, hello, I am Jack. You're already here, so you know about me. Anyway, this is our finale. Let me rein myself back in, put my GM voice on, because this is our grand finale. Let us start this off, as we have for the previous 2 episodes, with a recap of everything that has went on. I know, from my perspective, the last episode last week went by in a whirlwind, so I am very interested to see how you guys would describe this. I know last week, Andrew, you handled most of the recap last week, if I remembered. So let me throw it at somebody else to at least give their perspective. Let's hear from Zoe. Tell us about the last episode.
Oh goodness, the last episode we actually found our way into a resort, which was kind of surprising, but yet not surprising. Where there's hot springs, people do like to kind of chill out, I think. And that's kind of the place we found ourselves in, except it wasn't a hop-in resort, as you might expect. The people we found were tied up inside of one of the buildings. We released them, spent some time kind of getting some additional gear and R&R before continuing along the trail towards where we believe the GENESTAR Knights are hiding with our friends. At that point, we crossed a rather treacherous field of flowers, carnivorous, zombifying flowers, I think. We all kind of worked together to get through that mess and into one of the compounds. There was a lot of sneaking around. We were trying to be as quiet as possible, but near the end, Daffleria just kicked down the door to surprise the people that we were going to subdue. No regrets. I'm so sorry. I blew the plan, but it's I loved it.
Yeah. No, that was great. That was great. Again, a very succinct and complete overview of last episode. Does anyone have anything to add to that?
Yeah, we also tangled with a what Daffleria referred to as a terrifying giant bug, right?
Oh, the VTOL. Yeah.
Yep, the VTOL. We did take that out pretty handily, although it was terrifying, and it did do a very good job of teaching us why you don't want to be in combat.
Got scared.
Yeah, yep, that was horrifying. Although you beat the hell out of it.
And
Just
Cooper
melted
didn't really
that
do
VTOL.
anything.
Cooper was a very important part of pulling their attention so that Daffleria can take it down.
Yeah.
You were the catalyst through which she blew it up.
Yeah. We'll go with that.
Yeah. And I believe we also found out at the very, very end of the session that they are using nuclear power. Right? Remembering that right?
Mm-hmm.
I believe so.
Yep. Oh, and Talon got burned. Having to deal with these zombie planes.
Yes. Okay. One final thing to bring up, I believe. Everyone got a sort of mini level up after the VTOL fight. So we saw a little bit. We saw how an area of high essence could lead to. Well, it granted a minor beneficial mutation, which is kind of like is kind of a mini level up, because at main milestones in the game, or areas of overwhelming positive essence, you can get major beneficial mutations. But everyone got a little bit of an upgrade. Again, more fantastic role-playing, and yeah, then we ended on the cliffhanger. So let's set that scene and jump right in. It's been a journey getting to this point, a whirlwind, especially for Talon here, our subject 24, who only about a week or so ago had climbed out of this bunker that had been left underground for centuries, and has woken up into a world completely alien to what they left. People had mutated to be something much more than humanity as you and I, the audience, understand it. The world, likewise, has changed in incredible ways. And then the GENESTAR Knights attacked, searching for Subject 24 as some sort of savior figure to bring back a genetically pure human race. And in doing so, they've captured people from across the land, but most notably from Harvest, where the Star Ward siblings are from. Some meaningful people have been taken. And they're on a quest to get those people back and to see what the GENESTAR Knights are actually doing and potentially stop them. But I think the main draw right now is saving the people of Harvest that were captured and, well, protecting Tollin, getting answers. We'll see where this conclusion takes us. But it's taken them so far to an outpost up at the top of a mountain ridge, a snowy mountain ridge. An ancient weather station that was at some point after Tollin went into his own haven, taken over by the GENESTAR Bioindustries Corporation. They've made it inside this old station, this observatory, this outpost. And they've noticed 2 different areas of this building. One with a single individual who seemed pleased with himself, and 2 others. They went for the one towards the back of this facility, the single individual who seemed pleased, and set up for overwhelming this individual in whatever means they plan to do so. But the door was just kicked in by Daffaliria as Tollin and Cooper rushed in, weapons drawn, and that's exactly where we were going to pick up. So the door slams open with a heavy kick, the latching mechanism on it breaking apart, the doors being flung forward with a force that, Daffaliria, you weren't even sure that you had. You feel stronger than usual after the encounter at Updraft.
Kind of a surprise to me. I'm not exactly known for my my muscles, but hey.
And you kick this door in, and it slams, both doors slam against the wall as the 2, Cooper and Tollin, charge in. Cooper with a shotgun that, unbeknownst to the GENESTAR, is completely and unfunctionally broken. And Tollin, who has a pistol. You all rush into this room and see that it is, it's a power station of some sort, the local power station for this particular outpost, which was described at the end of last episode. There are banks of circuit breakers along the wall, blinking with various lights, lots of large levers. There is a clearly audible hum about this room with the amount of power flowing through here and being distributed to the rest of the facility. But most notably, there is a miniature nuclear reactor at the back of this place, which seems to have been providing the power necessary to maintain this place for all of these years. This individual, a GENESTAR Knight as you know them, clad head to toe in stark white, still with mask on, the GENESTARs, for anyone who remembers or perhaps does not from the first episode, wear these very plain, almost mannequin face-like white masks, and are also adorned in stark white clothing, leathers that have been dyed or most likely painted to be stark white. He spins away from the control panel just next to the nuclear reactor. You don't get a facial expression because he does have his mask on, but he spins in your direction. His hand reaches back for a weapon, but pauses as he sees, well, the 2 of you run forward, weapons drawn. How does this play out?
Cooper's. I'm going to kind of shove the gun at him a little bit. And I'm trying to hide where the fact that there's no trigger on this thing because I broke it. And I'm just going to shout, just whatever you're thinking about doing, I would suggest otherwise. drop it.
Can I do an analyze check to see if I can figure out what, if anything, this person is either maybe subtly reaching or looking towards in any way?
Yeah, analyze is akin to an insight check. Yeah, go ahead and give me a roll for that. That is, of course, your D6 soul die and your skill die for analyze.
Yep, which in this case is a D8.
All right.
That is a 5.
A 5. Yes, a 5 is a partial success. So you managed to do what you set out to do, but there is going to be a complication. You see, of course, that he is, he has one hand on a pistol, very similar, not the same as what you have, but it is a pistol. You can't see much from behind the mask. It does appear to have this this white mesh over the eye, so they can see out of it. It's probably obscured a little bit, but it completes that blank white mask. You don't get a lot of, you can't really perceive their facial features and how they're reacting, but they are looking around, trying to assess the three of you, not sure where you've came from, and can almost certainly pick out that you, Tallinn, are very different from the other two that you travel with. Probably does recognize that you are, well, most likely Subject 24. You are very clearly original human. You do have Sense Life, which has kind of been, you've been relying on that to keep an eye on where these people were, and that is how you determined that this individual felt a sense of accomplishment in completing whatever he had set out for. You get the residual wash of that he is, of course, in this moment quite concerned for well, of course, for his life, but also for what he is doing here. But you get the sense that whatever he was doing, he has accomplished. The complication, I think, is as you are... Yeah, as you are distracted by the weapon, you can see that he's going for it. Cooper shouts out, I'm summarizing here, drop it, don't do anything stupid. You can see he thinks about drawing, and he looks down at the weapon, he looks up at you guys looking about. What you don't realize, or you realize too late, is that his other hand has went down to his radio holster and has simply clicked it.
Sneaky.
So Tallinn is gonna sort of almost shake their pistol at this knight. What did you do?
For transparency, because this is a demo play, that narration mechanically translates to another segment of an adventure clock. Anyway, you asked this individual what he was doing.
Yeah.
Pauses. His hand hasn't let go of the weapon, but he's not actively trying to draw it. And he does look in your direction and kind of tilts his chin up with a sense of pride. We've done what we came here to do. Doesn't concern you anymore.
It concerns us because you have our friends and family.
They're not here.
Where are they?
They're being looked after. If your friend would like to come with us, I'd be glad to take him to him.
What were you doing here?
Fixing what went wrong. With the world. Leans in. You get the sense that he's looking you straight in the eyes, though you can't exactly see his. You
From
know.
what I
Look around. You know. You know the world's gone to shit. We're trying to fix it. We need your help.
I'm going to take a few steps closer to him, and I obviously I tower over this guy, right?
He takes a half step back as you do so. Bumps into the computer panel.
I'm going to just keep the shotgun pointed at him. Well, if you ask me, if you look around, you people are what's wrong. All of us have gotten together. All of us work together for the betterment of this area. And you people are the ones that are ruining all of that. So I'm going to say again, drop your weapon, and you're going to tell us what you're doing here. And then you're going to take us to our friends. Otherwise, things might not go so well for you, and I'm pretty certain I can become you if you would like.
Colin has a moment where he just sort of pauses.
We've seen your people. Not so different from us. You might think the world has gone wrong, but I'm here to offer you a place where you're accepted for who you are and not for some facet of the past.
Who we are. Twisted. Broken. Wrong. Look at them. This is where you come from. This is what we're supposed to be.
No, we're supposed to be ourselves. And we're supposed to accept who we are.
Times and seasons change, and you need to change with them. That's how things are these days. This is how it's meant to be. Now, you have the woman that I love, and I'm starting to lose my patience.
Everything changes. And it doesn't have to be a bad thing. It doesn't have to be wrong.
This whole world is the result of mistakes, pollution, arrogance, greed. You know, you were there, weren't you? You were there. You saw it all happen, didn't you? The rising temperatures, wild weather swings, the world being consumed by greed, turning against each other, famine across the world, while the rich feast on the backs of others. This is what it led to.
And Essence has fixed what is wrong.
Essence is the pollution. It has twisted what we are meant to be.
No, what you think we were meant to be is what did this. What you think, what we were, is what led to that.
We are here to fix our mistakes, our forefathers' mistakes. And these two are mistakes.
It's not my time anymore. It's the mistakes are what we learn from. It's how we grow. What they are, what we were, is a result of growth. It's change for the sake of being better. Get it? It's easy to look at this and them and see something different. To look at yourself and see things that aren't what were and think that they're wrong or bad,
Monstrous is the word.
but they're not. It's a concept of a bygone age, best left forgotten so that they can have a chance to do it their way. So
How
that
far do you think this will go?
we can't know that? We can't
Can we not?
know.
You haven't been deluded by however long it's been, the technological regression of these creatures and their simple minds.
You say creatures. We are the same.
I am not the same as you.
You are. And that's okay.
Doesn't have to.
I'm going to look back at Daffleria. Back home, when there is a blighted plant that is threatening the others, what do we do with them?
Cure it, quarantine it, work with it.
You rip it out from the root so it doesn't infect the rest.
I'm going to look back at him. Right now, you are the blight, and I'm about to start taking your way. I don't want to, but I will.
Cooper.
We don't have to do this.
They have our people.
They do, but they said they're not here.
They have tried to kill us over and over again. I do not want to be a violent person, but they are pushing my boundaries, and they are a threat to all of us. Look at what they've done to everything that we have passed by. So many glorious people that just want to live their lives have been suppressed by these monsters.
They're scared. Someone, not them, has put it in their head that they are monsters, and now we're all believing it. I keep saying it, they're no different. We've seen them without the suits on. No different from us. No different from Talon.
Talon has an open mind. They do not.
Someone has closed it on them. And I'll turn to them at this point and say, who's running this? Your leader is putting falsehoods in your heads, making you believe stuff that just isn't true.
You don't know the truth. You couldn't understand the truth if it was literally standing next to you.
Villages come and go. People come and go. The seasons come and go, as Cooper said. The truth matters little now. We're just who we are, and we're going to try the best with what we have.
They have the right to try. And so can you. You don't have the right to take it away. None of us do. And what you're doing here is exactly what led to the problems and mistakes of the past. Can I try rolling a persuade?
Yeah. And anyone who wants to jump in on this can throw their soul die in as an assisted check, because I think you're all trying to. I don't know about Cooper.
No.
Defaleria is
No,
definitely
no,
on
this
this.
guy- Cooper's had a very long couple of days. Cooper's at the edge. Like
Mhm.
he's at his limit. He's very tired of these people.
I am putting my soul die in though, just so you know, Drake.
All right.
Nice. That is a 6.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
A 6 is a full success, no complications.
Ooh.
What does a full complication mean to somebody who has been socially programmed his entire life for generations to believe that you are all monsters? So I don't think a complete 180 of generations of programming is going to be changed from a 5-minute conversation.
Well, to be fair, though, this is also like the progenitor of humanity. As
That
he
is
sees
true.
it,
Yeah.
telling this to him.
Maybe like a moment of doubt.
The
Just-
seed has been planted.
Yeah.
You see his hand that has been on his holster releases. He slowly brings it up to his face and takes his mask off. Kind of drops it to the side. And you see a man whose face is heavily scarred. Heavily scarred. From surgeries to correct mutations. You presume his whole body is very much the same. He takes a big breath in, holds it for a pause, sighs it out. We're just trying to fix mistakes. We did this to the world, to ourselves. You didn't have to witness it fall apart. We, the GENESTAR Knights, an order that has been around for centuries, watched as people changed, tore each other apart, tore themselves apart. For how stable it may seem now, there was a long time when it wasn't. And you have one of those arm things. That number keeps going up, doesn't it?
Does?
What do you think will happen to you after too long? From what I've heard, Haven Corp did something to you people. People you were with. You say we can't know what is going to happen. Have you forgotten science, projections, simulations, experiments? We've known where this is going. We've been taught how to fix it. but reaches up and sort of plays with a scar under his eye. They have a right to be how they are. I think we have a right to try to make people right again. Maybe that doesn't have to be mutually exclusive. But do you really want to be like this? Do you want to see how far that essence can go? And what happens when it keeps rising? Because it is. You've seen it already, haven't you? They keep changing. The world keeps changing. It is inherently unstable because we broke it. What do you think it's going to look like in another 100 years? 2, 3, 10? When do these creatures stop becoming human for you?
When they become something more. When we become something more. Our entire history as a people is based on that exact idea of us growing and changing, and sometimes in culture or ideology, yeah, but physically too. We weren't always like this. Evolution is a process based on the world around us. What they are, what you are, it's not wrong. It's not less than. We all, you, me, them, are human. Even if the features are different. And uh, what you're talking about has existed so long. And I'm not going to lie to you, something I hoped wouldn't survive. But there will always be people who are scared, and there will always be people who are confused. And sometimes that can turn into fear or anger or hate if you let it. It doesn't have to. There's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with them. We are all what we should be. It's okay.
See his eyes turning red and welling up, hands clenching and unclenching, broken every now and then to reach up and play at a few of his scars, perhaps in a disguise to discreetly wipe away a tear.
There's a place
Shakes
for
his
you.
head.
If you want it. Somewhere where those scars won't have to happen anymore. But right now, we need to find the people you took and bring them home.
I need to know what you did.
They're at the corporate. In Old Ashwick. Downtown. An old research building.
Can it be pointed out from this location?
You have a map
I think we
of the
do.
old city.
Colin, how is your memory of the old city?
It's all right. It'd be hard to find where we're going from. Everything's changed, but remember it at least somewhat.
Well, we have somewhere to go. Do you two want to come with us?
Who are you addressing?
The two GENESTAR Knights.
Just the one in here.
Oh,
Yeah,
just the one.
there is
Okay.
one in this room, and then there's two on the other side of the complex.
Okay.
You asked if he wants to come with them. Come with
Yes.
you. He addresses Tallin. If this is the world you want, their world, I don't think there's a place for us in it. I know there's not a place for me. Because I don't want to be that. I want to be right. I want to be fixed. I want to not be some polluted monster, a mistake that was forced upon us. If you want to fix the world in some other way, that's what you are here to do, isn't it? You're the key. You're the one who was supposed to right these wrongs. Make us right. Fix us. Them. The world. But you're apparently fine with all this mess. If this is the world Subject 24 wants, oh, you can bring that up with the High Professor. But me, father, my mother, my grandparents, generations, we grew up losing more and more what makes you you, more like them, watching the world fall apart, wanting to set it right, waiting for the key for you so we could put this all back together. So we could look at the faces on our walls and not cringe away at the faces in our mirrors. Either they're poisonous, or I am. We don't belong in the same garden. He reaches down and he very quickly pulls at his pistol.
Can I try and disarm him? Maybe with a reflex?
Yeah. Go ahead and make me a reflex test.
Since I'm right there, I'll go ahead and give you a hand.
Okay. You both can kind of charge at him.
Yep.
I will throw up a content warning, because that gun is probably not for them. Anyone at any time can X me. But we'll see if it even gets that far. Reflex test.
Got a 3 and a 6.
Okay.
Is that including my soul die as well?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, just
I got
yes, we
2
get a crit.
6s and a 3.
That's a critical. Okay.
Ooh, thank you for calling that out.
Yeah, I got you.
Couldn't do it without you.
The two of you want to rush up and disarm this guy. You easily manage to do so. You see his hand shaking as he reaches down and grabs it. It kind of fumbles in his hand as he makes no attempt to point it at either of you. But before he can reach it up, both of you run forward. You guys tell me what this critical success means. You can feel free to narrate in some additional boon.
I'm basically just going to try kind of bull rushing and slamming him up against the wall, just hoping that that he'll drop the gun in that case, then maybe Tolan can grab it.
Yeah, Tolan's gonna run in also at a bit more of an angle so that they kind of he and Cooper cross each other. So when Cooper hits him full body, Tolan can then sort of strip the gun away if it hasn't fallen, and just sort of kick it across the room, not even going to grab it yet, and just sort of hold this guy's wrist and just be like, "I'm sorry, it doesn't have to be this way. Don't have to do this. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Maybe I am here to help fix this, but not in the way that you think. It doesn't have to be fixed because they're wrong or the world is broken. What has to be fixed is how you've been told to see it. And if you can't give the world a chance to show you what it is, then it's not them who doom you. But you don't have to do it this way."
I have a question. The mental link which we speak through,
Mhm.
do we also kind of get our emotions from this as well? Can we tell how each other are feeling?
Vaguely,
Yeah. Okay. I would like to walk up because they have this guy pinned. I would like to walk up and cast 10 of Spades Flood and kind of give him the sense of these emotions from us, the acceptance, how I feel about this guy, how I feel about just accepting humanity as a whole, and just kind of channel that into his mind.
Okay. Do you want to throw any additional cards in to power up, increase the potency of that, or are you good with just a single aspect cast?
Here's the problem. My other cards are Bleed and Scald.
Yeah, that
as well as Flash. Flash I could see actually working though, because it's like a flash of images as well as the flood of emotion. So yeah, let's put Flash in there.
Okay. Flash is
9 of Spades.
9 of Spades. Okay. So
maybe with I was gonna say maybe with the way that we're all sort of linked up, there can be flashes of their lives and of Talon's life and the similarities between
Mhm.
them that exist.
Mm-hmm.
A very quick montage of the journey, the short journey you've had together. Yeah, there's a you can move forward and reach up and touch this guy on his face, sort of brush against
Right
one of
here.
those. Yeah, right there, where there's yet another one of those scars, and his eyes just go wide. His mouth drops a gasp, and the camera will see flashes of your lives individually. Of course, the point where Talon wakes up down in the facility, the point where Talon is outside of the facility and sees this world for the first time. A quick exchange, the quick exchange between the three of you when you first met plays out. A flash of Tonk, of course, being Tonk. Other key moments through the journey of you all coming together, looking at aspects of the old world, Talon seeing them through a completely new perspective. The shells of the old buildings, the Zephyr's monument, now an air spirit. And I think this guy just drops. He just slumps down. He goes limp in your arms, and you kind of have to... He's a fairly big guy. I mean, Cooper could probably support him, but he just kind of collapses under his own weight and starts man-crying, just silently heaving to himself.
For reference of rolls, I rolled a...
That's
hold
right, you don't have to
on.
roll for this. I was just so ready to let it happen.
Yeah.
I rolled
So
a
perfect.
6 on my soul dice and an 8 on my
There you
channel dice.
I mean, Daffleria doesn't fail channel checks anyway. Yeah, so
I've tried.
that is, of course, a critical as well. Yeah.
Heck yeah. Doing good today. Let me not jinx it.
Yeah, don't jinx.
Yeah,
No,
We've
this
got a lot to
Haven't
do.
rolled yet.
this guy just starts sobbing. But as he's doing so, he does sort of blindly reach up behind him on the console of this desk and grab out a little notebook and just kind of throws it in your direction.
I'll pick it up and I'll open it.
You pick it up. It has a lot of the same rhetoric you've seen before as you flip through the pages, but there are what look like research notes, very similar to ones in the other book that you have, referencing essence and whatnot. A quick flip through of the pages, you see directions to this facility, an objective to reconnect auxiliary power with the old corporate, and to retrieve the long-term essence simulation and observation data from this observatory outpost, so it can be used to complete the calibration of the to finish calibrating the correction vector for when Subject 24 can be fully integrated to the project. And you do get an address for GENESTAR corporate, 425 Kent Plaza.
Do I recognize
Ashwick.
this address?
Yeah. You back cough centuries ago, you probably worked in the city of Ashwick. It's with that address and thinking, I mean, you can't just bring it up on Google Maps anymore. But you can think back and you have a rough idea of where that is. It's a short list of numbers and words that mean nothing to the other two, but it's clearly an address to you that you can probably quite easily find.
Colin is going to sort of kneel down next to them. Hand on their shoulder. I know it's hard. And having your world turned upside down and seeing that the things that you believe and have been told and expect and know are not anymore is so hard. You will find your way. Whatever it may be, find it. Thank you.
He just continues quietly sobbing to himself, shaking his head. Unless you push for anything more, I don't think you're going to get much more out of this guy.
Yeah, he's given us enough.
I'm going to look at the other two. Should we stop what they've started here?
I'm not even sure that we could, but I could try.
I can tinker. If you give me a little bit of time, I can probably look at some of these machines and figure out how they work. I could stop them.
That's a good idea.
It's not the sorts of mechanics or computers that I worked with in my past life, but maybe together we could figure it out.
I'm going to look down at this GENESTAR Knight. And what do we do with him?
He's going to have to find his own way from here. There's nothing we can do for him more than what we have.
I'm just going to silently just go over and start looking over the machinery and the computers and just see if there's any way that I can make any sense of this kind of tech.
I'd like to help on that.
Right. Yeah. Cooper, you're good with tinkering around with the remnants of old world tech, but I don't think you have much experience operating a functioning nuclear reactor, or even for that matter, a functioning computer console. Tulin can definitely help, though. I would say that Cooper, you definitely have much more mechanical engineering understanding, and Tulin can provide the software and user interface understanding, and just general technological understanding of nuclear power, vaguely. What are you intending to do?
I was thinking that I could either do research or hack, just because I more or less I want to find a way to stop whatever they've started here, and I want to try making it so that way they couldn't do it again.
Okay.
Sort of, I assume, cut the auxiliary power.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about taking the shotgun and just trying to smash all the computers, but I don't think that's a good idea.
Right.
Don't do that. Well, that's the episode, I guess.
Yeah. Well, because of course, beating on the keyboard is going to make the entire facility explode.
Absolutely.
In you know, good sci-fi, you know, you destroy the keyboard and the whole system falls apart.
Cue the Fallout music as the
Yeah.
catchphrase.
Okay. This will be a group check between the two of you. I will let you individually decide who is helming the check and who is supplying the soul die, but this will be a hack test. So I imagine Cooper.
Yeah, I have a D8 on hack.
Yeah, I have a D10.
Yeah, so then I'll just add my soul die to it.
Okay, don't roll like last time. Okay, so that is 2 3s and a 6.
Okay.
Thank you for the soul die.
I had to pay it back.
I was really hoping for that complication. Okay.
Oh.
All right. Fine.
Don't
I won't send this place into meltdown. Yes, after some time doing this, because this will take some time to quick reference the research notes, for Tolan to explain, this is a computer. You press these buttons and things happen.
I was fully anticipating this taking at least a couple of hours.
Yeah. Let me. I'm gonna put that 6 aside for a moment and just remind you that there are 2 other GENESTARs in this facility. If that is at all a concern, or would you like to just hunker down here and spend the next hour or so dealing with this reactor?
If Daft Leary is cool with it, maybe keeping an eye out while we sort of run back and forth.
I'm not very helpful with computers. Technology is not something that really works well with me. So I'm definitely okay with keeping an eye out and alerting them if there's some sound.
If all else fails, could we talk to this GENESTAR and just tell him to take his people and go?
The part I'm worried about is that at this point he understands. They might take some convincing on his end.
He's having a very serious self-identity crisis right now.
Okay.
I don't think he's in any position to do that, even if he agrees. I mean, walking up to the other GENESTAR Knights sobbing and questioning his entire moral core to them probably would not work out as you intend.
I'm telling you, broke him a lot more than that.
I feel
you were
bad.
more broken than we told you about the air spirit.
I feel bad, but I don't feel bad. Like
I don't at all.
It was either this or he does something stupid, and we, got him to see the truth at least.
Yep. Okay, so you guys can work on this because it's a problem. The other problem is at least over there doing its own thing. Daft Leary is going to keep an eye out while you try to fix this problem. In return, though, I'm filling another segment on the adventure clock.
Yeah.
So yes, it does take you quite some time to do this, but you do determine this nuclear power plant did have a hard connection to GENESTAR HQ. Clearly an underground connection that has run all the way from here to there. And it's basically been on power saver mode the past cough centuries. And the GENESTARs were sent here to pretty much restart the full processes of the reactor, give it the command to begin sending energy back to GENESTAR HQ. In order to, give their facility more power, more processing power, probably power defenses of some sort. So the easiest thing to do is probably just to turn it off. I say easiest, but it's actually fairly difficult to just turn off a nuclear power plant. You can't just flip the switch.
Just an off button?
Yeah. You just off. Meltdown in progress. Yeah. And that's way outside of any understanding that even Tolan would have. I think what would work better is going into the the actual operating system and just telling the computer to stop sending to basically software disconnect the power transfer.
Also, just picturing like Cooper just like hunting and pecking on the keyboard with his big meaty fingers.
Yep.
Yep.
There's a really interesting like difference between each of them at the keyboard, right? Where it's like the Talon is just the very classic, like 90, 100 words per minute.
Some things never go away after 8,000 years of cryo sleep.
Yeah. So basically, you can tell it to go to slowly power back down into power save mode, because that's probably safer and easier than just trying to turn off a nuclear power station. And then that would reset it. That would reset the power transfer sequence. That would stop the GENESTARs from getting any power, but it wouldn't completely stop them from just sending another team back up here and turning it on again. In order to do that, from an engineering standpoint, you could probably just start breaking circuit breakers and hope that doesn't send a power cascade through the entire nuclear facility. Or you could purposely set this in meltdown as far as like a permanent solution.
I mean, I know I don't have a choice in this because I'm not doing it, but I worry about the surrounding people if we melt down.
No, I don't want to melt it down. Would it be possible? Could we even just like change like admin things to like any notes?
Just
they
reset
had
the password.
Basically, yeah. I mean, any notes that they would have would be useless then.
Yeah, you can do that. You can reset the password. Yeah.
Nice.
I like that.
Talon, you worked IT.
Yeah, it's easy enough.
Yeah,
I imagine that the whole conversation that happens during this, right, where Cooper's like, "Well, how do we destroy it? How do we stop it?" He's like, "Well, we can't destroy it, because if we destroy it, everyone dies." And then it's just a lot of ping-ponging back and forth of ideas until it's just like, wait, we'll just change the password.
Like something like super obscure.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, what's the new password?
Oh, it would be something from Talon's lifetime, just because that was 8,000 years ago. They don't know.
It's just Zephy.
Yeah.
It's bigger on the inside.
Okay. Yeah, you reset the password. Okay. Yeah, that'll. I mean, it's if they can fix that problem, it's a problem that's going to take them a long time to fix. Okay. You managed to do that just fine.
Nice.
In this time, the GENESTAR here has kind of pushed himself into a corner, and at this point, he's stopped sobbing to himself, but he's just kind of sitting there contemplating his knees. What is your plan going forward? There may still be 2 GENESTARs in here. You're not sure anymore.
I would like to mention to this GENESTAR Knight my offer again, and just say there is a place for you. There's a place for all of us. Arrive when you're ready. Please know that you are precious the way you are, and don't ruin that.
He kind of nods, but more just kind of rocks back and forth a little bit.
Talon is going to grab the pistol that was kicked across the floor and sort of toss it to Cooper. Here, hold on to this. It better you have options.
just nod a little bit. But at this point, Cooper, like, I'm just keeping my eyes almost at the floor, processing a lot of shame right now.
Aw.
Hey, we have to start moving.
Let's go save the lily.
Yeah, she's what's important.
Okay.
You've got this.
I feel like this isn't a thought that Daffaleria would come up with, but can we take a VTOL or something to get there faster?
Well, there is actually something in this room that you may find useful.
Ooh.
There is off in the corner. There's a mech suit.
Oh.
A loader mech suit, a loader exoskeleton. From Tolan's time, this is an exoskeleton for heavy lifting. Think a much more scaled down version of the aliens suit.
It was the first thing that
Yeah.
came to mind.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Mhm.
In good company.
Yeah.
Talon, could you pilot that?
I could try.
It's fairly simple. Yeah, you could pilot. Any of you three could pilot it, really.
As much as I want to, I think Talon's slightly a little more. I don't know if you're more fragile than I am or not, but
Pretty fragile.
So, because
like
this
to
is a
imagine-
demo play,
Mhm.
transparency on what this loader mech is for the players and for the audience learning the game. There are rules in Lost Eons for creating constructs, anything from small gadgets all the way up to like Gundam power, like Gundam robot things. This is not a gargantuan mech, like one of those like actual robot mechs. This is more of an exoskeleton mech suit. So I categorize this as typical tech. It is a large construct that you make. When you make this, you can pick 3 of a number of various keywords. This one has strong, melee, and passenger. These are just keywords, just like any other keywords in Lost Eons. They don't have any hard and fast codified rules to them. You can call upon those keywords in any way that you find meaningful at the moment. Passenger simply means that somebody has to ride it, has to pilot it, but otherwise it is strong and it is melee capable. It also, for all of its physical skills, will roll 2d8. It doesn't have a soul die. It's a mech. You would not use your own soul die for this because you are relying on the physical characteristics of the suit itself. And all of its physical skills will roll 2d8 instead of whatever you would normally roll. Unless you want to roll whatever you would normally roll if it happens to be better, but it defaults to a 2d6 on all of its physical skills. It does 3 damage when it hits with an attack and has a resilience of 5. And that basically, I'm gonna say that basically counts as armor while you're piloting it. So you would have an armor value of 5, at which point the mech suit would be destroyed.
Not too shabby.
now we just need to get Daffaleria in it, and then when we get to their location, and if they're doing anything to Lily, just get away from her, you bitch. Also, that would triple your health pool, basically.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it would be best given to Daffaleria.
Yeah, but can she cast while she's in it?
Probably, but also I think it's like the weirdest matchup. Like, granted, any of us can pilot it, but I think it would be kind of out of sorts.
Fair.
Cool.
Yeah.
And so we can use that to get out of here kind of quickly, right? Or is it just like consistent kind of walk pace?
And it's an exoskeleton, so it moves. It moves as fast as you would normally move. It doesn't make you any faster. It doesn't make you considerably stronger, but it doesn't slow you down at all.
Okay.
It also doesn't have any extra movement types of any kind. It can't fly. It can't really jump long distances or anything. So it doesn't slow you down, but otherwise it doesn't add anything to travel. Yeah. So basically, you would have to leave the facility, march back to updraft and make your way back down. And going down the updraft is a bit more difficult than going up the updraft because you actually have to like crank yourself back down the cable line.
That's a good thing we have a mech now.
Yeah, you disconnect the sails and partially deflate the balloon portion, so you're not continually swept back up the updraft. So it's kind of a continued fall, guided by this just sort of winch system.
Okay.
Okay. So you have your loader mech, and you're going to make it. Your intent is to leave and make your way to 425 Kent Plaza.
I believe so.
Okay.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Leaving the other two GENESTAR Knights to finish what they were doing up here.
Yeah.
Okay. The power has been disconnected, however. That's good to know. Okay. For the sake of expediency and pacing, because this is our finale, we're going to do another fast forward. This is going to be another week or so long journey from where you are down into downtown Ashwick, which you can actually see on our map. So this means that everybody will heal up if you have any damage that has been taken. The shotgun at this point is completely broken. It's not fixable. But we are also going to fill everybody up on aspects, because you have several days of travel to regain aspects. Does anyone have any aspects they want to turn in?
Yeah, actually, I'm going to turn in my Savage and Spurt aspects.
Okay.
So that would just leave me with Fuse.
Savage is the Ace of Hearts, and Spurt is the 10 of Hearts. Okay. Anyone else?
Actually, question.
Mm-hmm.
We can swap aspects, right? Or like give aspects to each other?
Mm-hmm.
Would you mind terribly if I took the Spurt?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, you can definitely take it.
I would like that very much.
Yeah, at any
you.
dawn before you get new aspects, you can discard any that you don't want, and you can trade around. Okay.
I've been on a mission to make use of the stuff I have, so I'm going to keep Bleeding Scald.
All right. Normally, you would take the discard pile, reshuffle them into the deck, and start handing them out, but we've had a number of aspects that just keep coming up, so I'm going to leave the ones we've already used to the side, and I've also put together a smaller sub-deck of interesting cards.
Ooh.
Okay.
We're really trying to get that cheese.
Yeah. Okay. Daffleria, how many aspects do you need to hit 7?
I need 5.
You need 5. Okay. You get the 9 of Hearts, which is Crack. You get the 6 of Hearts, which is Flex.
Flex is back.
Yeah. You get the Ace of Clubs, which is Sprout. You get the Queen of... There it is! The Queen of Clubs, cheese!
Yes!
You get
Nice.
cheese!
There we go.
Oh, I'm gonna do something great with this. I just don't know what it is yet.
I'm just saying, you have sprout and cheese. I'm
Yep.
already thinking of
Cheese trees.
And you get the Ace of Diamonds, which is speed.
Ooh, you got some really good ones.
Yeah, wow. Very exciting.
Oh no, speed and cheese. You give them
Speed cheese.
lactose intolerance.
Mm.
Oh no.
Cooper, how many do you need?
I
Good
need
way to
6.
cut down the numbers.
Okay, you get the Queen of Hearts, which is swell. The 4 of Spades, which is smoke. The 3 of Hearts, which is calm.
Ooh, that'd be a good one.
The Jack of Diamonds, which is rush. The 8 of Diamonds, which is rewind again.
Yes, I love rewind though. It's such a good one.
It is.
And the Jack of Hearts, which is stink.
Okay. Ooh, I have stink and smoke.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Gas cloud, baby.
Nice.
I was waiting for stink cheese. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Well, you put all 3 together now.
Yeah.
You get a.
Yeah, I'll give you cheese and you can make a horrible potion.
Tolan, how many do you need?
Yeah. I need 3.
Okay. The 4 of Diamonds, which is Bore again. Bore returns. Bore. The 8 of Clubs, which is Mold. And the Queen of Spades, which is Gush.
Awesome. That works.
All right. That's all of our aspects.
We got cheese.
You got cheese. Yeah.
We did it!
I was making sure.
It's only appropriate that we get it on the finale.
I was making sure somebody got cheese on this episode. I specifically pulled that out and put it into a separate deck to make sure one of you got cheese.
You know what?
No.
I appreciate that.
Mhm.
Yeah, thank you
Mhm.
kindly.
Yeah.
No matter what happens now, we have won.
Yes.
We got the
You have
cheese.
one lost. Well, you have to actually cast the cheese spell to win Lost
Fair.
Eons, but you're close.
We have our win condition.
Mhm. Okay. So, if this was a longer form campaign and we had more time to do this, this would be a great opportunity to use the procedurally generated adventure rules for Lost Eons that you can find in the GM's guide. A lot of great tools for you to, well, procedurally generate various small side quests and dungeons and interesting locations along the road. But we have about 2 hours left before we need to wrap up this finale. So we're going to just sort of quick cut. There'll be a quick montage of this journey, marching down through these snow-covered mountains back to the Blushing Pools, talking with people there, making your way down the Updraft, talking with the residents of the town of Updraft down there, explaining that the GENESTARs have moved on at this point. They shouldn't be back to bother them. Whatever objective they had here is complete, and you've taken care of the ones that you've taken care of, and the others you've seen no sign of since you left. And that you are heading out to recover some of the individuals who were taken from here and elsewhere, and hopefully put a stop to this whole problem. We see a few quick cuts of you traveling along the road, probably some interesting happenstances that would occur, coming across various things, looking at shells of old buildings, Talon explaining, hey, this used to be this, that, or the other thing, small conversations that you have along the way, crossing rivers, walking the old broken highway of this area that, of course, leads to the ancient city of Ashwick. And you make your way to this crumbling metropolis. It was never a huge city. It's a fairly small city, really. I wouldn't even consider the buildings there skyscrapers, but I'm from the New Jersey, New York area, and outside of New Jersey, New York, there are not real skyscrapers. Sorry. I moved down south and like, this is a city. I'm like, no, it's not. You don't have any buildings over 30 stories. Anyway, yeah. So it's about that. A number of different. I mean, it's a nice built up small city, but it's not New York. It's not Philadelphia. However, it is all ancient and crumbling. The concrete and pavement is cracked. The metal structures of these buildings rusted, windows long since destroyed on most of these buildings. Some of them boarded up, and even those crumbled over the course of time. And the city itself has largely fallen aside. The other two of you, Daffleary and Cooper, would know that nobody really lives here. It's not arable land. It's not useful land in any way. There's nothing here. Just the remnants of a lost and forgotten society that is really of no use to anybody nowadays. If anything, it's just a danger being around all of these crumbling buildings. Anything that was of value has long been stripped from here. You can't do anything with the soil, what little there is.
I imagine you also get that ghost town feel.
Yeah,
like
especially Tallinn.
Very eerie.
Mm-hmm. This used to be, these streets used to have, bumper to bumper traffic in rush hour. Always people on the sidewalks, streetlights illuminating in the dark, sounds and smells of a bustling small city, and now there's nobody here. The roads are cracked. There's shells of cars along the side of the road. Sidewalks are empty and cracked. Storefronts have been crumbled. Nothing inside them. No people around. You can just hear the wind whistle as it blows through the completely hollow and now windowless forms of these ancient shells as it whistles through these rusted buildings.
I do have a quick question, just because I have the morph mutation, so I can change my appearance overnight. What is the extent that I can use that for? Like, how much can I change my appearance? Is it just like I can change like my physical attributes, or could I like look like an entirely different person?
Let's see. How much do I want to let that play out? I would say you can look roughly like another person.
Okay.
Similar enough that, like, if you wanted to imitate Tallinn, as long as actual Tallinn wasn't standing right next to you, like if you could be somebody who is chosen in a lineup of somebody who looks like an individual, but in that lineup, if somebody knows Tallinn, they would be able to say that's Tallinn, and you just kind of look like him.
That was actually my idea.
Okay, cool.
I was thinking that, of course, I would definitely be speaking with Tallinn and asking them for permission to, just in case things go wrong, that maybe we could confuse them enough to think that one of us was the true article and the other was a cheap imitation.
Mm-hmm. Even with this morph ability, you're a little bit taller than Tallinn. You can kind of shrink yourself a bit, but you were like a good head higher than him.
I'm thinking like just a couple.
Yeah, you're a couple inches taller than him. The facial features aren't exact, but they're close. And it's unlikely that, I mean, you're not sure. But the giveaway was probably that Tulin doesn't have fuzzy body tentacles or feathers sticking out of his cheeks or other such mutations that gave him away. And since you are currently now quite well masking any of your other mutations or physical qualities, you otherwise look more or less like an original human.
I think it's great my brother can now do this. This is amazing.
Yeah,
This is amazing.
Tolan, I'm going to be honest. I don't know how you live like this. This is uncomfortable for me, and the sooner that we can get in and get our people get out, the better. I would really much rather go back to being myself.
Well, for what it's worth, I like you better as yourself too.
I'm gonna give them a big hug.
Who's
Which probably
walking
looks a little weird because it
Both
looks
look
like
weird.
you have Talon and then you have Talon at home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
I'm just standing back watching this going, huh.
also, who's piloting the mech suit?
I think Colin is.
Okay. Yeah, and there is even sort of like safety glass shield in front. So I mean, you could step out of the mech suit and like give each other a hug or interact or whatnot.
Yeah.
But
This would be like that morning because
Yeah.
I have to change overnight kind of
Mhm.
thing.
Oh right.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
now Cooper looks vaguely like Tulin, and Tulin is vaguely obscured within this exoskeleton, so it works out.
When this happened though, when they have this conversation, Colin would have made sure to let Cooper know that it's a good idea, but also to not necessarily throw themselves into the fire for the sake of,
Oh,
this is for
Yeah.
misdirection. It's not.
I
It's not
have
for anything else.
I have no intention of being caught by these people.
Good, because
We all need to
that's
be
not
careful.
what we're doing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You make your way through this ancient crumbling city, following Tullin's direction as he leads you to whatever 425 Kent Plaza means. And you do get to a street. It's a sort of side street, a secondary street, not a main street, but not just like an alleyway or anything. A secondary street. And it does lead into a whole complex of what used to be office buildings, like an not quite an industrial complex, but like a research complex, an office building complex. Just a whole bunch of large rectangular shells. And you know you're in the right place because you do see a few GENESTAR teams just moving back and forth, vaguely patrolling the area. But they seem... It's likely that they've been here for quite a while and have seen nobody but themselves, so they're not really on high alert or anything. But you see a few of these GENESTAR teams just moving about this complex.
Difficult to sneak with that thing, I think. And I'll point to the mech.
Well, should we just let them know that we're here?
I will point out this is, it really is more of an exoskeleton than any sort of, like, powered mech or anything. So it, aside from heavier footfalls, it actually isn't that much louder.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Cool.
I like the idea of a sneaky exosuit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's not like some big steam spewing. It's just an exoskeleton. If you look up like military prototype exoskeletons, it's they're pretty quiet. They're heavy, so they kind of clomp about, but they're quiet.
Well, I guess we just try to sneak on past them.
Yeah, I think that's probably best.
think so too. There's quite a bit of them.
Definitely better armed than we are.
Let's go in and set the scene for the infiltration of GENESTAR HQ with I would say a reflex, a group reflex check to see how well you sneak past all of these GENESTARs. And this will set the tension level.
Okay, so is this all of us rolling individually, or is this just
no?
everybody
This is an assisted test like any other. Only one person is going to roll, so I need to know who is leading this stealth check and who is simply contributing soul die.
I don't think I should be the person to lead, but I will assist.
I will lead because I figured that maybe I could try to I'll try to guide us around.
Okay.
With my whole D4 and reflex.
Yeah, I don't think any of you are particularly skilled in reflex.
All right.
I could probably do it then. I think Talon's a little more dexterous.
Okay.
Let's go with that then.
I have a whole D6.
Mm-hmm. Reflex is for anyone who might pick up on this in the audience, reflex is a physical skill, and therefore the mech suit would be able to roll its usual 2d8, but I would say sneaking isn't something that the mech suit is necessarily going to help with. If it was reflex in like catching something or dodging out of the way of something, I would say that would work. But I don't think a loading suit is really going to help with sneaking. So I will leave that to Talon's actual dice pool, and then 2 more d6 from Cooper and Daffaleria's soul die.
Okay, let's do it. Not good. Okay. All right, we got 1, 1, 3, 5.
Okay, all right. That was ooh.
That was very fun.
That could have been a real bad critical failure. Okay, but you snuck a 5 in there. That's at least a partial success. The other 3 drastic failures don't matter as long as you roll 1 partial success. Okay. So there is still a complication, and I know exactly what that complication is going to be, and it leads perfectly into our intermission. You managed to sneak around these GENESTAR patrols, Talon directing the group through the remnants of various shells, down alleyways, as you kind of take a circuitous route around this complex, watching the patrols, seeing where they are going, and between the address that you have available, you can pick out the building that is likely to be GENESTAR HQ. But you also see, in this time, over the course of probably an hour or two, sneaking about and watching these individuals, these patrols, see a few GENESTARs moving in and out of a particular building. And you take the time to make a circuitous route around this facility and can get to the sort of facade of this building, the front of this big office building, at a time where there are no GENESTARs around. The patrols have gone out. Shift change has already happened. And you are able to get directly in front of a very old GENESTAR Bioindustries research building. And you're standing out in front of this research building that has been vaguely renovated. Some of the windows have been most of the windows have been boarded up. Some have been shuttered so they can open and close. There's no new glass in them or anything, but the doors have been reinforced or changed out from the normal glass sliding doors that were originally there and long since broken and destroyed. New piecemeal, made out of whatever scrap metal had been laying around, made 2 big reinforced double doors in front of that. It is still an ancient crumbling shell, but it has been fortified and refurbished enough that it is defensible and secured against the elements. And you are about to make your way into this facility, or at least up to the front door. when you notice movement up on the wall above you, you look and you don't see anything. It's just the flat, sort of concrete cinder block walls of the exterior of a very plain research building, and the big, at one point illuminated sign of GENESTAR Bioindustries jutting out from the wall. You're about to look away and make your way inside, so you're not seen by any of the GENESTAR patrols, when out of the corner of your eye you see another set of movement behind the letters GENESTAR, and a shimmer. And jumping out from behind the S in GENESTAR, there is a sheen as this sort of dirtied beige color glints in the light. And then dulls, changes just a bit, and you can make out, clinging to the wall with sort of gecko-like limbs, a scaled lizard-like form that pushes off from the wall, and these wings fold out from its back as this chameleoned dragon glides down towards the group. We're going to go take an intermission.
Oh, God. I have to know what this is.
I hope it likes cheese.
Whoa.
For anybody who follows any of the previous seasons of RPGs Uncovered, I made a point to put a dragon into as many of these seasons as I can, because I make a point not to play Dungeons and Dragons, so I kind of have to throw a dragon into everyone I can as a little elbow. So this is a GENESTAR creation. A dragon.
Oh,
Very
good.
cool.
And we'll see what these two do against the GENESTAR guard dragon when we get back from our intermission. So we're going to go take about an 8-minute break or so. We'll be back in just a little bit. Everybody get up, stretch, get some water, do whatever you need to do. But be sure to check back here in about 8-10 minutes or so, because there is a lot to get through. We have to get through the defenses of this building, find Lily and any of the other captors, and potentially thwart whatever GENESTAR's plans are. And then the aftermath of all of that. So, go do what you need to do, but make sure you check back here. We'll be right back. Thanks for watching so far. All right, we are back from our intermission and ready for part 2 of our Lost Eons GENESTAR finale. It's coming up quickly. The first 2 hours went by like that, and we only have about 2 hours to squeeze everything in. And right now, the group has to deal with the GENESTAR guard dragon that has been installed here in front of GeneStar HQ. So for anybody just joining us, this is our finale of our 4-part demo play miniseries. Go back and watch the other 3 episodes if you missed out. It's been a fantastic ride, a wild, heartfelt journey. You wouldn't even realize that I've been teaching you how to play a game the whole time, because we have gone over how all of the rules work at this point. Core mechanics, assisted checks, spell casting of multiple different varieties and scales, combat, how adversaries are created and run, special abilities, even treasure now, and how constructs and mechs work. But for now, let's jump back into this conclusion, because there's a lot more to go. To set the scene once more, our party here, Subject 24 and his 2 mutant friends, or Talon Cooper and Daffiliria, have managed to bypass the GENESTAR night patrol around the GeneStar HQ. The GeneStar corporate, they call it. And have made it to actual GeneStar corporate, and are about to head inside when there's movement from behind the large GeneStar Bioindustries sign. As what was a perfectly concealed chameleon-like lizard glints in the movement of its scales shining in the sunlight, the dimming sun, as it skitters out from behind the word star, becomes fully visible and leaps off down towards the other 2. What would look vaguely like a garden variety skink has been mutated quite severely, grown in size to probably that of a large dog, small bear, something around there. It's not a D&D dragon. It's not a gargantuan creature. But for a lizard, it is large. I mean, vaguely, if you think Komodo dragon with wings is a good reference. Big lizards. I love Komodo dragons. They're great. But as its chameleon-like scales glisten in its movement and it jumps off, these wings unfold from behind it. These very thin, leathery bat wings that come out. Just enough that it can glide. Not really fly, but glide. It's a gliding lizard. And it lets out a quiet shriek, very small lizard-like. It doesn't roar like a dragon, but makes a very lizard-like screech as it begins gliding down from the top of this building. It's a 3-story building or so. It's going to happen quickly, but there is time for a quick reaction. I'll take this time now to remind my party and the audience that Lost Eons is a game where combat is very difficult, quite potentially deadly, and should be avoided at all costs if you can. So you can certainly fight this GeneStar Guard Dragon, but perhaps there are other ways you could go about dealing with this new obstacle that has presented itself. But you only have a few seconds to react as this GeneStar Chameleon Dragon glides down to your position. What would you like to do? Feel free to ask for clarification and to make things up.
How far are we from like the main entrance?
You're like across the street at this point, like 10 yards away, 10 meters away, if that.
So my first idea is just that we try to run past it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as I say, we try to make a break for it.
I do have a spell ready to go for it. I'm just very worried that it could go wrong, or things would not be good for me personally.
I also have a spell, but I'm curious what you're gonna do. So.
I was thinking about casting the rush spell, so that way we could basically kick this thing into overdrive temporarily to like launch us across the street.
Okay.
But what do you got in mind?
I had the speed spell, and I was going to slow it.
I think I like your idea better, especially because that means I don't have to do the channel.
I second this.
And of
Yeah.
course, anybody can contribute aspects to Daffileria's spell. Though if you do contribute aspects, you do have to pay the cost and potentially suffer any consequences. Not that Daffleria rolls consequences on her D12 channel.
You say that.
I know.
Yes, stop trying to jinx it. Bad GM.
Me?
No.
So, would the idea, if you contribute, the rush spell, was it?
Well, I also have calm ready to go too.
I like the idea of somehow time being messed with, and we go faster,
rewind.
but it goes slower.
I also have rewind.
Or that'd be awesome.
A lot of good aspects.
Mhm.
I'll contribute my rewind into this.
Okay.
Because what I'm thinking is that my picture is that I would like basically force it to like kind of go in a loop back to where it was, and then you slow it so that way it's having much more trouble getting down to us.
Yeah, I like that. It's just like it has to go back, but it's also going very slowly. Awesome. Let's do this.
Okay.
Yeah, and Talon is just watching entranced as this is happening because cool.
I'm gonna look at Daffleria and just be like, again, because we've cast spells together before.
And you've offered me a d6 for this, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so Cooper will be able to contribute his soul die to the channel test, and however many aspects you would like to add to this combination. I will say this is something I'm going to add to my FAQ for David here. It's unclear if in contributing to a combination spell, if you need to pay the cost, the casting cost up front, or if you're just subject to the casting cost of failure. I'm gonna say it's the latter. So you don't need to roll for a minor detrimental mutation, unless of course there is a complication rolled.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Go ahead
For
and give me
these
that channel.
rolls?
You got this.
I can screenshot this if you like, but I rolled a 1 on my soul dice, I rolled a 4 on my channel dice, and I rolled a 1 on Cooper's dice. So let's go.
Okay. You squeezed the 4 in there, which is good.
We keep just sort of teasing at it. It's gonna happen, and it's gonna be so bad.
Teasing that critical failure. Wow.
At least cheese didn't backfire on us. It's fine.
So remind me, what aspects are you using here?
I used the Ace of Diamonds, which is speed.
All right, speed.
And then I used rewind, which is the 8 of diamonds.
Okay, the 8 of diamonds and the Ace of diamonds. Okay. And your intent is what? Slow it down, speed you up, or both?
Make it go back to where it was slowly. So it's basically
Slowly
just kind of
rewind
like,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. So, for channeling, you did roll a complication. That does mean that the spell works mostly as intended. Let me just make sure I get this exactly right here, because I don't believe we've had a spell really backfire.
Not yet. This is the first one.
Okay. Yeah. So, this is not combat. Yeah, you would need, on a partial success, the spell has its desired effect, but also creates a complication. Now you don't suffer an additional minor detrimental mutation unless you completely fail the test. It's not just for complications. I wanted to make sure I went back and double checked. You did not outright fail, so nobody needs to take a detrimental mutation, but there is an unintended complication of this spell casting. So, you would like to slowly rewind it mid-air as it is gliding down towards you. Rewind it to put it back onto the building behind the star sign. You do manage to do so, and your intent, I believe, is to take that time to rush forward and get into this facility.
Mm-hmm.
A complication for this. To remind myself, my players, and everybody else as to complications and what that can entail. Actually, this came up in our bite-sized tutorial video that just dropped. But generally, either time or damage is a good fallback for complications, but I don't think that really makes sense here. The spell handles time just fine, and there's not a lot of harm that should be that makes sense for casting this. So this is generally going to be a narrative complication, and I think what is going to happen here yeah. The rewind spell. Time magic, man, time magic. It messes everything up. Are you just physically moving its location backwards, or are you rewinding time to the point that it doesn't know that you're there? I don't know. Let's see.
I was going physically.
Yeah.
So it
Yeah,
probably
like
still knows we're here.
Yeah.
Yeah, time magic to that scale. Turning back time, I think, would be more than a 2-aspect cast. So you're rewinding just its physical location, really.
Right.
So I think what is going to happen, you take that time to rush forward. The door isn't really locked. There's patrols out and about. They move in and out of this building, and there's a guard dragon. So locking the door at that point seems unnecessary. You can get to the door, throw it open, and make your way inside just to get away from this guard dragon. In doing so, however, you do hear mere seconds after you all rush in through this front door of GENESTAR Corporate. You hear it once again, as it did before, the light flap of its wings, and a shrill, vaguely quiet screech of this dragon. And you can hear it impact on the ground lightly. It scurries up and throws its weight against the door, sending a resounding thud into this metal doorway, reverberating through the hallway that you are now standing within. It bashes up against this door 2-3 times, lets out another screech, and then you can hear it scurry away somewhere, letting out another screech, much more quiet, dimmer, from further away. The dragon is still out there. It knows something that is not clad in GENESTAR uniforms is here. And it has made quite a commotion, a noise that's reverberated through this facility.
I'm gonna just pant softly and then just reach over and give Deathleary a fist bump.
I'll return this fist bump. Oh, good job.
Amazing.
Well, we made it through that. I really don't understand how you do this regularly, Sid. Jesus. Oh.
Oh, far too much practice.
That was a really good use of a rewind spell, because it meant that I couldn't breathe acid on you.
Oh, good.
Oh, good. Ooh.
I'm sure that
I
wouldn't
like
have any
that.
problem.
What is it like when you do these things?
Ugh. It feels like you're giving up. You're subjecting yourself to chaos, and it takes quite a bit out of you. It's kind of well, it's a roll of the dice as to what's going.
Think in a way that you are making dinner for yourself. You've got the stove set up, you're cooking, except instead of using fire to cook, you're using your body, your essence, to channel it into a cooked form.
I will never be less than amazed by the things that you can do.
Yeah,
Who knows?
well,
In time, maybe you will be able to do this as well.
personally, I would much rather be able to distill it into its liquid forms. I think that's easier for me to handle. But channeling it is something I'm still trying to get used to.
That does remind me. Before we move on, you did have some downtime, that week's travel between where you were and here. I'm going to say between the outpost and returning back to Updraft that you could put together another potion kit. So if you want to make a potion, I'll give you the opportunity to roll one.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'll do another. Actually, you know what? Let's just make a stink potion.
Okay.
Just stink. I had the idea of making like a noxious cloud earlier with stink and smoke, but I think I might save smoke for now just so I can make a stink potion.
Okay.
Stink bomb's always good.
Go ahead and roll that hack test for me.
Okay.
Very effective for little effort.
That is a 6.
Okay, that works as intended. I believe all of your potions do work as intended. One of them cost you your crafting kit, but it should work as intended. Okay. With that, you all find yourself in the hollowed out lobby of this research building. Thinking back, cough, centuries ago, this was probably a very nice place. Well waxed, well polished tile floor with the GENESTAR logo sort of mosaic down into the floor. The double helix DNA that transitions to 2 wheat stalks entwined together. That image down on the floor with GENESTAR Bioindustries around it. In front of you are the at this point well crumbled and dust covered stonework desk, reception desk area, stone and plastic, maybe a little bit of metal that has survived. However, there are no researchers walking back and forth here. There's no receptionists at the GENESTAR research complex desk. There's nobody answering phone calls or running back and forth with logbooks and whatnot. It's empty, and it would have been quiet in here if not for a very large lizard slamming its weight up against a makeshift metal door, which surely reverberated through the complex, but there is not immediately anybody here. You get the sense throughout your journey, and particularly here, downtown at GENESTAR Corporate, they're probably spread quite thin. You've seen they've gone out to various settlements in the area. You've seen a large force in Grand Mall, the trading post, the big town of the area, and you've handled a number of them. So they're spread a bit thin here, but you're sure there's more than you would like to tackle head on. And you need to rescue people. Now this is, as I said before, a very typical 3-story research complex building. Offices spread out on the various floors, conference rooms, research labs, or at least these are the rooms you would expect, cough cough, centuries ago. Now it's a husk of what it once was. But you can tell the building does have power. You see, once again, those softly glowing white panels along the ceiling. There's a very dim hum out about this complex. How would you like to proceed?
I would like to use Sense Life to see what's around. I will use my 4 aspect.
Okay.
I forget which card that is. The 4 of diamonds.
All right.
And what's now sort of becoming a pretty normal, regular thing for Tallinn. They're just gonna take a moment and close their eyes and breath in and exhale. As they do, it just sort of spreads outwards.
Yeah. Okay. You've done this a number of times. You're getting used to it. Once again, you notice the glow from your Haven Corp armlet lights up once more, and your essence ticks up just a little bit. I believe it was at 0.29, and it goes up to 0.30. It's a fairly minor effect. And you do seem to be shielded somewhat from essence. Which really hasn't come up because you haven't attempted to cast spells.
Oh.
You exhale and focus on the life energies of anyone in this building. There's not really a distance associated. There's no codified rules as to what this spell, this ability does. But you've used it a number of times. You're used to it, and you're particularly concentrating. Your life detection spreads out across this building. And you don't see much at first. It looks mostly like an empty building. You see 2 individuals that seem to be patrolling about on this bottom floor. And then you remember your own origins, or at least your origins in this new world. And you look down. You concentrate downward. There's a haven under this building. Or what used to be a haven. One of those old, ancient metal caves. And you can vaguely make out from how people are distributed general understanding of a few different floors downward. The general area of where the entrance to this haven likely is. And you do see, crowded up in one area, just about 24 or so figures that have a different signature. Vaguely a different signature from everybody else. That are tired, confused, scared, hungry. and a number of other figures, likely GENESTARs, who are moving about down in this haven. A few of them clumped together in various different areas, moving back and forth, some quite stationary. There does appear to be a secondary complex down here that you'll need to investigate further.
There's a haven under here. And that's where your people are.
So they took our people and they put them in one of the.
Put them in one of the what? I'm sorry.
Oh, what one of the caves.
Yeah.
So the entrance must be nearby, right?
I would think so. Yeah. There's a. We're going to have to be careful. There's a number of them.
They took a lot of people. Maybe it's just not hostiles.
The two GENESTARs you sense on this bottom floor do, now that you think about it, and the GM remembers that he slammed a lizard against the wall, do begin making their way quickly in your direction.
We're about to have company, though. We have to figure out something.
Is there a way to get down? Can we try to look around real quick to see if we can spot something? How did you come up out of the cave?
There were a couple of floors I had to come up through. There was an elevator, like a rising. It's like a rising platform.
Okay, so like the updraft, but inside.
Yeah, it's like the updraft, but like technology. It's like a platform that rises and lowers. That can.
Well, let's see if we can find that. If that's how you came out, then that's how that it has to work here too, right?
Maybe I don't. There has to be a way to get through the. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Can I do a search to see if we could find like where the entrance would be?
Yeah, you're gonna have to very quickly scurry about this bottom floor in a way that you are not detected, probably pointedly avoiding these patrols, and search around for the entrance to this place. That could definitely be a search, and anyone who wants to contribute a soul die can assist in that.
I will assist. Because I'm kind of on high alert right now. So.
Yeah. Hey, honestly, I'm going to assist too.
Nice. Let's do it.
Fail together. That face. Did we fail together?
We do fail together. It was a 2, a 2, a 3, and a 2.
I hate to say it, but is this one of those? Do we push our luck here?
You could push your luck.
We could.
I'm tempted. I think maybe.
You're rolling 4 die.
This is the finale. We gotta try.
Let's do it. Push the luck.
So this is a perfect opportunity to show off one of the few rules we have not covered yet: pushing your luck at any point for the sake of demonstration's sake, teaching's sake for this game. At any point when you fail a roll, you can choose to push your luck. That means you re-roll the test completely as it was before, but if you roll any complications, they become severe complications, which have, well, more severe consequences than normal complications. So go ahead and roll that test again.
All right, here we go.
Come on.
Can't fail twice.
Oh, you did not just say that.
This time it was a 3, a 2, a 6, and a 6.
Oh,
okay.
There it is.
Yep.
Complete flip.
Yep. Okay, so from a complete failure to a critical success. Very good. That is how you push your luck. That is when you push your luck, when you have 4 dice to contribute to a positive outcome. Man, I was really looking forward to shooting one of you. Okay, fine. You take away my dragon's acid breath. I don't get to shoot you.
Yeah,
You completely
we're still-
break one of my NPCs. All right, fine. Okay. No, you guys are wonderful, and I love it. So, I would say the way this plays out is the 3 of you kind of scatter, staying in touch with your mental link, but there's a whole research facility to run through and try to figure out, how to get down below. And you have to avoid this patrol, which does come straight down the main hallway rushing towards the lobby. Fortunately, this building is cough centuries old and has various walls that have caved in. There are no longer doors in the doorways, or at least not ones that are functional in any way. So you can very easily Scooby-Doo your way down this hallway running through various doors. Undetected, completely undetected, because this is a critical success, completely undetected by the GENESTAR Knights that were coming in response. You run around and you do see what looks like ancient labs. At least Tollin would be able to identify this. Ancient biotechnology labs, microscopes set up, multiple different kinds of high-tech microscopes set up, various different well-rusted through racks that at one point held various experiments, all kinds of glass vials and tubes and petri dishes, cooling cases that of course have long since lost functionality. A very high-tech and at one point very clean, sterile area has become completely dust-covered and collapsed, completely ruined. You move about this facility, though, and you don't see anything that looks heavily disturbed to the point where a large door could have opened up and a flood of GENESTARs poured forward. But this is a 3-story building, and it does have an elevator. An elevator for the normal functionality of a 3-story building to take people up from the 1st floor to the 2nd and the 3rd, and perhaps even to a sublevel, if you know how to do it. And knowing this, Tollin being really the only one who would understand elevators, that concept, really, you do make your way over to the elevator, and you do see, as anyone may see for talking to the audience, buildings, elevators that we go in every day, there is a button with a B on it and a keyhole next to it.
If we're gonna get down there, we need a key.
Where would we find such a key?
Probably on one of the nights.
Would it be possible that if I have a few minutes, would it be possible for me to? I have some scraps on me. Maybe I can rig something to make it work.
Yeah. You could either try to get a key from the GENESTARs you just bypassed, or you could try to, pick the lock, really, which would be a hack test. You could fabricate a key or just go in and try to play around with the tumblers.
Just be careful. I don't know if they have alarms or anything set up.
Oh, let me see if I can make this work.
You do notice, of course, like the rest of the building, power has been restored, but it does seem to be on low. When you think of the elevator, you were actually able to go over to it and press the button for it to open up. It opens up very slowly, and you kind of have to give it a little help. but the elevator does seem powered.
I'm going to attempt to see if I can make one of my little scraps like work, and we can turn the key for it.
All right, roll me a hack test.
Assist with this?
Sure. You can add another d6 soul die.
Oh, come on. That is 2 3s and a 2.
Okay. That is a failure. It's a flat-out failure.
This is how this session is going.
Yeah, okay. It's doors. It's always doors of some kind. Ingress points that you have to get through.
I get to mark another thing for my...
Yeah, you did fail, so you get to mark that resolve track. Okay. You could push your luck again.
That's true. You do have 3 dice.
I do.
Or,
All right.
or you could accept whatever complication I'm going to give you and find another way in, likely having to go jump the GENESTARs.
What do you guys think? Push the luck?
I'm all for pushing luck. But
Nah, let's do it. No fear until it punishes us.
Okay. So we have a 1, a 1, and a 9.
Okay, there we go.
Oh man, teasing those critical failures on severe consequences.
Thank you, D-Pen and Hack.
We've had a lot of roll more than 2 dice, get 2 1s today.
Okay.
Oh, man.
I was waiting to just drop that elevator.
I know, I was fully expecting it to happen.
Yep.
Okay. A 9, however, is a full success. It was looking like a critical failure, and then a 9 rolled up. That's a full success, no complications. So you're there for a little bit, you're playing around with it. Tulin kind of has to explain to you how old locks work and tumblers and all that. You kind of have an analog nowadays, but you're not super familiar with locking mechanisms in the small town of Harvest. But it takes you a little bit of time. And you hit something while you're in there, and there's a flash of the light in the elevator above. There's a ding real quick, and what sounds like the first few heavily distorted, very slowed notes of some ancient elevator music. It just kind of roars across these blown out, dimmed down, heavily aged speakers in this kind of almost abyssal hum. But after a few moments, you do hear a click. You're able to move the locking mechanism, and the light around the B blinks and lights up. There's a lurch to the elevator as it very slowly, incrementally begins to lower downward.
I feel my stomach rise up as we start lurching downwards, and I go, oh, this isn't an updraft, this is a downdraft. This is very peculiar.
Hey, hands are going to be shaking a little bit. I got it.
Great job. Yeah, it was a lot smoother of a ride once.
Makes me feel kind of ill.
Yeah, that makes sense. Not too long now, I hope.
Hopefully just one more of these. I'd like to stay flat on the ground for at least a couple of years. That'd be great.
Oh wait, do we have your exosuit in here with us? I assume so.
Yeah.
No carry weight light flashing.
Oh no.
We'll just park it here. We'll come back.
Okay. Yeah, Tulin, you can tell with your sense life. There does look to be somebody down wherever this elevator is heading. But it does just look like a single person sitting there. They seem bored. Their aura is bored.
There's gonna be someone when the door opens, and we're gonna have to move quickly, because if we don't, they're gonna alert everybody that we're here, and this becomes a very different kind of encounter.
Well, I will say, if all else fails, I will pretend to be you. We know that they're looking for you. Maybe I can distract them long enough that the two of you might be able to make something work.
So, when the door opens, do we take away this person's cell phone?
Yes, that's what we do. We're
Okay.
gonna take away their cell phone, probably their gun, whatever it may be, and if we can, probably knock them out.
Okay.
The elevator lurches down its last few meters, clunks a bit down at the bottom of this elevator shaft. There's a raspy attempt at a ding as the doors begin to slowly slide open. You can see in front of you a very similar scene, at least to Tolan, in the sort of intake front room of a haven. But unlike yours that had this large sliding door into the hillside, this is simply an elevator, but otherwise it opens up into a very sterile looking metal chamber, built very industrial like, very 1980s Nostromo-esque sci-fi, with various exposed pipes and wires along the ceiling and walls, great flooring and whatnot. And an individual sitting in an old desk with his feet kicked up, just in front of and to the side of a hallway with a staircase heading even further downward.
Do I see his radio on the desk or on him? This individual? Sorry.
Just from a quick glance through the elevator doors as it's opening up and him sitting down behind a desk, no, you do not see a radio.
Okay.
What are you doing? Real quick.
I'm gonna quickly like train the pistol that I have on him and just don't get up.
I'm gonna rush him.
Okay.
Little bit of trading places here.
Yeah. Let's I think the more immediate concern is Tolan rushing forward to physically apprehend this character. Tolan, go ahead, and I think this would be a reflex test, though you can argue something else if you would like.
No, definitely. That sounds like it makes sense. Can I use the D8s from the exoskeleton?
Yeah, you can. This does make it easier for you to move. The joints are this thing makes your limbs feel weightless, and the joints are very articulate. You can move in this thing faster than you normally would be able to.
Yeah, I want to just
so instead of
and try and sort of pin them to the wall.
Very nice. Yeah. So instead of using your D6 soul die and your reflex die, you would simply, for this, roll 2d8.
Come on, you got this.
Yeah, that's a nice roll. I hope you got this.
Uh-oh.
That is 2 2s.
No!
Okay.
I think, since we seem to be on a bit of a streak here, we should just sort of accept this one.
Okay.
Because the luck is bound to run out, and I think we should save it for later.
Okay. And I was waiting for that push your luck again on only a 2-die roll. But we'll let this play out. Okay.
I know this isn't D&D per se, but I would like to withhold my action until I see a radio.
Okay,
Please.
okay. We'll see if we drop into combat. Tolan, you go bounding forward on this mech suit. It is effortless to glide in this thing. However, you're not used to the weight in how it throws off your balance. So you jaunt forward, covering probably a good 10 feet, most of the way to the desk in 2-3 strides. But as you plant your foot down at the end of that, the weight of this exoskeleton tips to the side, and you were going to collide straight with this individual as he stands up, but the weight of this exoskeleton throws you to the side and you tumble into the desk itself. This large exoskeleton and this old metal rusted out, I mean, it's not too rusted down here, but well-worn metal desk tumble and collide and flip end over end. And your mech suit is going to take 1 point off of its resilience. So it had 5. So you take 1 segment off of your 5-tick clock in resilience. And you're not pinned under this table in any way. You can lift far heavier than this old desk, but you're kind of tumbled up in it right now. The individual stands up as the desk is kind of ripped out from in front of him. He jumps to the side so he's not caught up in all of that, and begins going for his pistol when Cooper, you shout out, "No, don't do it." And you definitely, you can see, you've seen this weird magic talkie rectangle on all of the other GENESTARs. It is on its kind of utility belt, their utility belt down at their waist.
And his gun is currently still holstered, correct?
He is in the process of drawing it.
Okay, I'm just going to observe for the moment. Probably get behind cover because I don't want to get a shot.
I'm going to say let's jump into initiative real quick.
Oh no.
Normally the person who is closest would roll their reflex as initiative. Tolan, you are closest, but you're kind of prone right now. You're busy fumbling around with the desk in your exosuit. So I'm going to say, Cooper, I would like you to roll a reflex test.
All right.
Swear to mimic.
That the highest is a 4.
Okay. When it comes to combat, you are no longer, for the most part, subject to the normal difficulty scale: 1s, 2s, 3s, failures, 4, 5s, partial, 6 and above, full success. You instead have to roll to meet or exceed the difficulty value of the adversaries you're going up against, and this begins with initiative. So that 4 would normally be a partial success. You would take a complication. But we are in combat now, which means you only need to meet or exceed the difficulty of the adversary. The difficulty of the adversary is 4, so you have met that difficulty. You would get first action.
Okay. First thing, like I see him going for his gun, and I'm gonna like quickly like reach into the little brine puffball pouch that I have. I'm gonna pull out the stink potion, pop the cork, chug it, and then I'm just gonna kind of like, it's almost gonna be like a burp and then catch and throw kind of thing, like just to like enough to try to disorient him a little.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, this is your stink potion. Okay. That works entirely as intended. Yeah, you do so. You let out this breath attack belch and fan it over Kamehameha style towards this GENESTAR, there is this cloud of greenish vapor that coalesces around them, particularly around their head region, as from behind this mask, which they do still wear in their own compound, begins coughing heavily, lurches forward, vaguely bringing his pistol hand up, but in no means aiming it in any useful way in your direction. He is, at least for the time being, incapacitated. This would then go over to his turn. Since he is the only adversary, he is alone, and he is incapacitated by that spell. I'm immediately going to throw it back to one of you two.
I was considering just kind of, I mean, Tolan's already there. I was gonna go across the room and try to snatch the radio off of his belt so he can't radio for backup. But if you like that idea, Drake, you can feel free to go first.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I can. If I mess it up again, then we still have you to clean up that mess. It seems to be one of Devliria's strong points. Is cleaning up our messes.
Okay, so I would say if your intent is to go up and forcefully take the radio from him, is that the plan?
Yeah, Tolan's gonna sort of scramble halfway up to their feet and just sort of launch towards them to try and pull away the radio.
Okay. Yeah. The complication you took before, prone is not really a condition that we have to worry about in this game. There's no movement for you to have to spend half of and able to get in order to get up and move forward. That's all kind of abstracted. You've taken the damage from your consequence. The rest has just been failure. So you can easily push the desk off of you and push yourself up and go barreling over towards him. This would be either a reflex or a muscle test if you want to physically rip it from him, or just kind of more deftly get around his flailing movements and take it from him. You can use the 2d8 of your mech suit, and because he is quite well incapacitated from all the coughing, he is not able to fight you against this as effectively as he normally would. I am going to say because there is, let me just double check this because it hasn't really come up before. Rolling with some sort of advantage, and I use that lowercase, not uppercase in the D&D sense of it, but rolls. The GM may remove a die if you're performing a particularly difficult challenge. There's no rule in here that works in the opposite if you're performing a particularly easy challenge. So I'm going to say instead of removing a die, I'm just going to give you another d6. So you'd roll your 2d8 from the mech suit, and I'm giving you essentially another soul die.
Great.
Very nice.
Awesome. Okay, so I think this would definitely be a little more muscle than reflex, just because just sort of scrambling to do it. It's not really trying to weave around anything, just ripping it away.
All right.
And so 1, 2, and a 6.
Okay, there we go. Teasing out those critical failures.
That's what you get for throwing a dragon at us.
Okay. Where did I put that? There it is. Okay, a 6 is a full success. You rush over and easily just swat his flailing arm away, rip the radio off of him. That is your turn. You have successfully taken the radio off of him. The clip, I'd say it's a radio that has one of those like an earpiece plugged into it, like a headset that goes up and wraps around his ear. You just rip the whole thing off. It pops out of his ear. So he no longer has control in any way of this radio. But that is your turn. It is then going to go back to him. If this was out of combat, I'd say this incapacitation from a single aspect stink spell would probably last a little bit longer, but because this is combat, I don't want to just completely just take away all of his turns for a whole minute or anything. Again, turn order is kind of abstracted. So I'm going to do, I think, exactly what I did before. He's going to get an action, but whoever is rolling in defense, I'm going to give an extra soul die to. Because I don't get to roll, I can't give him disadvantage or take away one of his die, but I can give you some extra advantage of some sort. So he is going...
I said I like that.
Yeah.
That's an interesting way of doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that too.
So he is just going to, in his coughing fit, just wave his pistol around and just start firing blindly. Okay, that is Tolan. I was just rolling to see who it hits. I don't have a D3, so I was rolling a D4. 1 Cooper, 2 Tolan, 3 Daffaliria, and I rolled a 4. Didn't help. So I rolled again, a 4 again, and it finally settled on a 2 for Tolan. You're right there anyway. So I would like you to make me either a reflex or an endure to either jump away from this bullet or just kind of, I don't know, body check it in some way, take it in bounce the bullet off of your exosuit now, whatever makes more sense for your character.
Would I use the exosuit's D8 for this, or is this going to use mine?
Yeah, you can, yeah, this is a physical test. Yeah, you can use your 2D8 from the exosuit.
Okay, so I'm going to try and sort of throw myself out of the way.
All right. With an additional D6 again.
Right. That is 3 3s.
Oh no.
Okay. Even with that added die, a 3 is still a failure, and you rolled 3 of them. Fortunately, none of those were 1, so it's not a critical failure. If you fail to defend against the check, against the attack, you would take the adversary's damage value in damage. Their damage value is 2. You are wearing your exosuit sort of as armor in this instance, so your exosuit takes another 2 ticks of damage on its resilience clock. So it has gone down from 5 originally. You've taken 3 damage, so 3 marks in your exosuit's resilience clock.
But Tolan, they are safe, right?
Tolan is safe.
Have not been...
Tolan has not taken any damage directly to themselves. This guy is waving his gun around, and I'd say you just get 2 bullets straight in that reinforced, that shield, that clear reinforced glass shield in front of you, which spiders and cracks a bit. Would have taken 2 pretty dangerous body shots if you were not wearing this suit as armor.
Yeah, their eyes just go wide as like Tolan was jumping to the side, so as they hit the floor, just their eyes go wide looking at this.
That staggers our initiative back over to the party, and Daffalier is the only one not to have acted yet.
Yeah, my primary focus had been the radio, but now I realize my primary focus should have been the gun. And I am going to use the cheese card to turn his gun to cheese.
Okay. A single aspect spell to turn the gun to cheese.
Yeah.
I'll allow that because it's the cheese spell. The cheese spell is a face card, right? That's a queen?
It's very strong.
Yeah, it's the Queen of Clubs.
Face cards, when it comes to the potency of a spell, cast for double the potency of a digit card. So it is like spending 2-digit cards, or in this instance, like a 2nd level D&D spell. I'd say you can turn a gun to cheese for a 2nd level spell slot, sure. Go ahead and roll that channel for me. As a spellcaster, you don't need to pay the minor detrimental mutation cost to cast, but we'll see what you roll.
Oh,
I rolled a 2 and a 1.
Oh, can you push your luck in combat?
I don't think so. Maybe.
Let me double check that, but I think you can.
Ooh.
A critical failure on a cheese spell, though. Let's see here. Let's see here. Pushing your luck. I just want to.
Your head just becomes a big like block of cheese.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's
Wouldn't that be that you like instantly die though?
my existence is now cheese.
You become a cheesehead. Okay. Pushing your luck. If you fail a roll, you can push your luck to re-roll. If you fail a second time, you expose yourself to serious consequences. Nothing under pushing your luck says anything about not in combat. And if I double check the combat side of things, I don't believe there's anything that says that you cannot push your luck.
Okay.
I'm going to say, go for it.
All right. I want to make this cheese spell work. I will accept the consequences if this goes crazy.
Come on, you can do it. I believe.
A 1 and an 8.
Okay.
We got the.
I would imagine normally you wouldn't be able to push your luck on in combat because you're not really going against consequences anymore.
Mm.
But I'm gonna stick with this. So you rolled an 8.
Yes.
Okay. That is a full success. The gun turns to cheese.
Yeah, I'd like to imagine as he's like blindly pulling the trigger, it just starts to turn to mush in his hand, and there's just cheese.
Oh, it's one of
was
those
a gun.
one of those soft, stinky cheeses. It turns to like brie or something. He goes to pull the trigger, and the whole thing just kind of squishes.
Yep. Crumbles to the floor.
Well, that was your cheese spell, everybody.
Yeah. Good use of cheese.
Cheese,
It
gun to
almost-
cheese.
It almost was bad though. Like it was almost a cursed spell, but we got this.
Transmute to cheese. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you disable his weapon by turning his gun to cheese. That would stagger our initiative order back over to his turn. That completes the initiative pass. It would then go back to the top of the initiative order, which actually is no, because it gets to react after you. Yeah, that's what it is. Because initiative in this game, initiative determines just whether you go first or whether they go first, and after each of the players' turns, the adversaries then get to go. So he gets one more action before it flips back over to Cooper taking another turn. So his radio's gone. His gun has been turned to cheese. And he's still coughing up a lung because of this stink spell. I think with this, he's just going to try to leave. He's just gonna try to run. Now that's not an attack. There's not any rules for, say, disengagement or attacks of opportunity or anything like that that you would find in D&D. I would say, on his turn, how do I want to roll this? I'm going to add this to my FAQ. Okay. I'm going to say that he begins to leave. And then it is going to go back to your turn. And that initiative is not set in stone in any way. It doesn't need to be Cooper. It could be any three. And either of the three of you could take this turn in response. But he is going to begin moving. And the result of whatever action you take now, if you fail, the consequence is going to be that he escapes. So who would like to take the initiative and do something to prevent this escape?
I mean, personally, I think it should be Toll, and he probably has the best chance of success at holding him down.
Yeah, I was going to suggest the same thing.
Okay. Would you like to just muscle him down?
Yeah, I would like to do that. I'd like to just pick myself back up off the floor and launch at him to try and take him off his feet.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your muscle check. That would be 2d8 for your exosuit. I'd say the coughing, because he's leaving the area of effect, is not going to apply here.
Okay. That is a 6 and a 4.
Okay, 6 is a full success. You jaunt forward, covering the distance he was stumbling away, and again, just 2 strides or so. I will be transparent, since this is only one GENESTAR. He has a defense rating, a resilience of 1. You could easily, if you want to, just go up and punch him in the back of the head and he will crumble. Or you could hold him down. You just want to knock him out?
Probably instead of like punching him in the back of the head, Talon will just sort of grab him with the grip from the exosuit and just kind of like slam him against the wall so he crumples.
Okay. Yeah, you rush forward, grab him with this loader pincer, this loader vice around the waist, and just ragdoll him against the concrete and metal pipe wall. There's a resounding clang as his head slams against one of the pipes along the wall, and he just slumps down, breathing, but he's got this big bleeding welt on the side of his head. He is clearly unconscious.
We need to move, because there's no way they didn't hear the shots, and even if they didn't, they heard that.
Yeah, we should go fast.
Okay.
Agreed.
For the sake of expediency, because we're coming up at half an hour, I did ask my players to see if they could go over time, so we might run a little bit long, we'll see. But for the sake of expediency, we're going to say, Talon, you have Sense Life. I'm stretching how long it would normally last, but we're going to let it keep going because it helps the narrative. You have a vague idea of where the captives are held. You're going to have to weave your way through this underground complex. But because we only have half an hour or so at this, and not another session or 2 to get through this entire dungeon that is down here, you spend this time, you bypass the patrols that you are able to bypass, throwing yourself into rooms, distracting them in some way, and the ones that you can't pass, you can take on 1 or 2 at a time without really any trouble. And you can make your way over to, with Talon's help, Sensing Life, you can make your way over to this holding area for the captives. It looks like that this was at one point a large walk-in freezer of some kind, like you would find at a supermarket or a bakery or a butcher's shop. This large metal sliding door that would open up into a large metal refrigerated box. Of course, Tolan would be the only one who would recognize this. You do have to go forward and incapacitate another guard in order to do this. But just like the one that you just dealt with quite handily, you can handle that without any problem. I would like a roll of some kind. And I think this is going to, we're going to make a single roll to see how well you get through this facility. You're going to be able to get through the facility where you need to go. You're going to a particular location. You know where that location is, and you've managed to get into this place quickly enough and without anybody being particularly alerted to who you are, and where you are going. So the response isn't directed in any meaningful way, at least not yet. So I would like a test of some sort, and it can be an assisted test, a whole group test if you would like. But the consequences, whether it is a single consequence from a partial failure or 2 consequences, well, 2 consequences you would normally only get with a critical failure. But I would say straight failure is not going to be a problem here, but a straight failure would increase the threat level, the response of what is happening here. But because we're pretty much truncating the majority of a dungeon into a single roll, there should be some
search check?
Search would work.
Okay.
I was thinking of analysis because that would be like analyzing the situation, plotting the best route. I also don't think we've had many analysis rolls.
Analysis. Analysis really is more, analyzing a situation or a person.
Okay.
It's more like insight, discerning a situation, reasoning out a situation. If you were to investigate the area, that would be more of a search check.
Okay.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So, I have a trait connected.
Yes.
Which lets me connect to like organic networks.
Mm-hmm.
If I was going to roll like a search for this, would I be able to use that to use the knowledge of the GENESTAR around us to help us navigate?
Yes. Yes, you would.
Ooh,
yes, you
I
would.
like that.
But you would have to be the person in charge of this check.
Okay. Is everyone okay with that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully the dice are a little kinder to me this time.
So this is connected, can connect to an organic network, step up 1 die when researching information. I'm gonna let this work its way into the search check. Because you're researching the layout of this building from their brains and using that in a searching function to get where you need to go. I'm gonna allow it.
Ooh.
So you can increment your search die.
All right, that'll take me up to a D10.
Nice. And a D6 from your soul die, and D6 from both of the other two.
Yeah, definitely getting in on this.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, if you're all kind of working together to logic this out, and there are times where Tolan is just sort of like, it's that way. Don't ask me how I know, but I know.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
I'd say the other two are mainly keeping watch. Hey, or mentally linked. Hey, there's a patrol down here. We need to scoot around or something like that. What'd you get?
So 5, 6, 5, 8.
Okay.
Oh, dang.
That is 2 results, 6 or higher. That is a critical success. You managed to expertly sneak through this facility. There's kind of a level of alert just from everything else that has happened. The slamming of the lizard against the door, the people upstairs could have called down that there was something going on, but they didn't see you or anything. You bypassed that just fine. The guy at the doorway, eventually going through this facility, you managed to knock him unconscious, but they probably radio in every now and then. So the facility knows that something has happened, but there's no coordinated response to it whatsoever. You manage to get to this converted freezer, and you get to it. There's not really a... no, there is. There's just a simple padlock on it. I'm actually going to make and I probably could have done this earlier actually, an adventure clock for the response, GENESTAR response. You've managed to do all of these rolls thus far without alerting anything. What do I want to set this clock at? If I made it at the beginning, I'd probably make the clock larger and then count the lizard and another tick for leaving the guard unconscious. So it would be a six segment clock with 2 segments off, but I think I'm just going to leave it at this point as a 4 segment clock with nothing on it, and we'll see how we proceed.
Sure.
6 of one, half a dozen of the other. So there's a padlock on this door. You need to get through that, whether you pick it with a hack attempt, or you can just smash it off if you want, or any other way.
Tolan, I think it might be faster if you use the mech. Just if you could rip that or the door off its hinges, would probably be best.
Yeah, I can do that. This thing's taking a beating though.
Look, if we can just push it a little bit further, I can probably fix it up. And if we can get it back to Harvest, Tonk can definitely fix it up.
Oh god, Tonk with a mech suit, an exoskeleton. Yeah.
There's a moment where Tolan's just like, sounds horrifying.
Can you imagine him in his exosuit on top of his like tractor spider?
Oh man, character art! Somebody give me character art.
I'm just thinking of the Warhammer orcs just wah!
Yep. Tolan, go ahead and give me a muscle test that is 2d8 from your mech.
That is a 6 and a 1.
Okay. 6 is a full success, no complications, nothing added to the response clock. Yeah, you go over with your hydraulic clamps and just kind of snap this thing apart. Just go over and crush the locking mechanism and rip it off the wall. And you can go over and grab the handle and slide this big heavy metal refrigerator door open. It is not refrigerated on the inside. These people aren't freezing to death or anything, but they are quite well crammed in there. You see, again, somewhere around 24 people, a number of people from Harvest that you see, as well as people you don't recognize. And you slide open this door. Yeah, you see a number of these people just kind of leaning against the wall, heads down. Few others just down, holding their knees against their chest. A few of them look over as the door opens, and are surprised, kind of taken aback. It's dark in here. They blink their eyes, but they do seem to register that you're not GENESTAR.
I'm just going to quickly call out, Lily? Lily, it's Cooper.
Cooper? Lily stands up from somewhere in the back of this unit. It's a young woman from Harvest, this big, almost sheep's wool mass of, at this point, quite well messed up hair. Stands up, blinking, stammering, and just runs forward, pushing past a few different people towards the front of this unit, and just leaps forward in an embrace and throws her arms around your shoulders.
She's definitely bigger than I am now.
Oh yeah, you should. That is true.
Like
you don't look like Cooper right now.
Yeah,
that's true. I'm gonna throw a rewind aspect of my own in there. She stands up, blinks in your direction. Cooper?
Look, I know what I look different, but this is temporary. This is to distract them. Daft Leary and I are here to help save you.
I just sort of wave to Lily to make sure she knows that it's me.
And look, if you don't believe me, I can start telling you everything that I know about you.
Perhaps that can wait until after we're free.
Yeah,
we need to move.
That's really you, Cooper?
I promise it's me. I'm going to hold up the goggles that I have. Look, you know that I have these.
She doesn't run and leap towards you, but instead does slowly, cautiously make her way over. Just kind of stands in front of you, now taller than you, looking down, her eyes well up, and she does kind of throw herself into you.
No, I'm going to give her the biggest hug that I can in my smaller form right now. But look, we need to go. Like, they could be after us any second. Right. Also, this is Tullen, and you know Daphiliria. Tullen's here to help save you. He's not one of them.
Okay.
I'm sure you have a lot of questions, but I'm gonna like poke my head in. Look, everybody, we need to go.
Everyone in there like nods their head. There's murmuring in affirmation as they all begin to stand up. A few of them have probably been in here for quite a while, a little shaky on their legs, and blinking against the light of this facility in their otherwise completely closed out dark cage in here, and begin filing out.
How were you all brought in here? Different entrances or just the one?
There's some conversation amongst each other, and an older woman speaks up. Those of us who were brought here conscious were they put bags over our head. We don't know. We don't really know where we are. They just threw us in here. They took some of them, and they didn't come back.
That's okay. I'm just trying to find us a way out, preferably something faster.
Colin is gonna sort of step back into the hallway, and sort of motion at Daphiliria to come join them.
Mm-hmm. I do, so without question.
And while they're looking around, trying to figure out if maybe there's another way to get out of this, Colin looks over and goes, "What's to stop them from doing this again?"
We're prepared now, but there's nothing stopping them. We expect it, and they clearly don't stand up to a fight. They just come in, bully, and then leave.
Yeah.
What are you thinking, Talon?
I don't know yet, but it seems too easy and doesn't solve the overarching problem. And for now, let's get them to safety and we'll figure it out after.
Okay.
Tullen, you're right. There's nothing to stop them from going out and just grabbing more people. But ultimately, you're the key. You've been told you're the key. And they're going to keep doing this. The only way to stop them is to stop you. Whatever that means. But they're going to keep looking for people, keep doing what they can, and certainly going to keep looking for you. So, do we want to prioritize just getting all of these people out? Is there a secondary objective that we want to cover? Or would you like to get these people out and then possibly come back for the objective of finally in some way possibly putting a stop to all this?
I think the primary thing to do is get them out.
Yeah.
Then we'll figure things out from there.
All right.
Okay. So you're likely going to have to backtrack through this facility and make your way back to the elevator, up that shaft into the shell of the old corporate building, and then presumably all the way out of Ashwick. Is there still the dragon outside? Patrols? The remnants of a ghost city? And several days of journey to the nearest settlement of any kind. How far are you escorting them? How far do you want to take this?
I have an idea. So I think backtracking through the facility to get them to the elevator obviously is the priority. And we get as I don't know if they'll all fit in there in one trip or if we have to make multiple trips.
Probably multiple. I mean, there's like 24 people. You
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we take the trips. I assume one of you stays like maybe at the top and one stays at the bottom to make sure as we get them through.
Mm-hmm.
So once the last group of people are in the elevator, right as the doors begin to close, Tallinn is gonna reach up and pull.
Before we get to that,
Yeah.
just as I said, I needed to roll to see how well you infiltrate. I'm gonna need to roll to see how well you exfiltrate.
Oh boy.
Again, the consequence to this will be adding ticks to their response clock. This isn't so much searching for where you need to go, but getting there without being detected. And I think this is just another reflex test for stealthing about the place. Or I could say you could just bull rush your way through any response that is managed, which would be more of a muscle check, just dashing and slamming into any obstacles in the way. Unless you can think of some other skill you would like to better exfiltrate.
I like reflex.
Yeah, I would say either reflex, or if Tolan could give me a basic rundown, if there's like any kind of like security panel or something like that, maybe I could hack it to try to throw him off.
There's no alarm going at the
Okay.
moment. You haven't come across any activated defenses like turrets or anything, or
Okay.
detection grids. I don't think there's really anything to hack at the moment.
Okay, then I vote for reflex.
Could
Okay.
I spend another aspect to use Sense Life to try and make that in some way easier or otherwise impact our ability to sort of streamline getting from point A to point B without getting
Sure. Sure. Yeah. So you would be able to roll your reflex test, but again, this isn't something that your mech suit is going to help with. This is more the technical aspect of stealthing. So you would roll your normal soul die and your skill die. I would normally give you an extra, using the same rules I had been, give you another soul die for the use of your sense life if you're spending an aspect to do that. But because you're traveling with 24 people, it is a particularly difficult check, so I am taking away a dice. So the sense life, go ahead and expend one of your aspects, but the sense life is going to cancel out the 24 people following you doing this, so it's going to be whatever your regular roll is.
That makes sense. Okay, I'm going to get rid of Gush.
Okay.
Which is
Queen of Spades.
And
yes.
can we assist with this as well?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
All right.
Have my soul die.
Yeah, take my soul die as well, and my axe.
You guys helping
Same
to
as
keep all
last
of the
time.
other people hushed and moving quietly and in the right direction, looking out for any response. What'd you get?
6311.
Okay. Really teasing out those failures.
Those 1-1s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're coming in pairs, and I don't like it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but with all those soul die, four dice, failing on 4 dice would be real unlucky.
Again, because we did it once.
That you did manage to do that once. That is true. It did almost come up. Yeah, but with a 6, that's a full success. I don't even get to throw a partial success consequence at you. So once again, no GENESTAR response. Okay. You expertly, as quietly and succinctly as you infiltrated, managed to herd these 24 villagers out of the ancient metal caves towards this elevator. And now, Tolan, whatever you were going to narrate as the elevator door closes for the second time.
Sure. So Tolan reaches up
Actually,
to the... Oh,
Where are
yeah.
the other two? Who's... I mean, they still have to get out of the building upstairs, past the patrol, past a dragon, past a number of other patrols, through an ancient city, and then somewhere.
Okay. I guess I'll be going with the people.
Yeah, I imagine we'd actually kind of do it in shifts, right? Like I go with the first batch, Cooper goes second, and that leaves Tolan to come with the third or whatever.
I'd say you can get this done in two batches. So Daffleria goes up with the first, Cooper, you head in with the second, I imagine expecting Tolan to follow into the elevator along with you.
Yep.
Yeah, so Tolan reaches up and he's gonna pull the locket that he wears off their neck, and with it, pull out a folded piece of paper, and very quickly just sort of jam it at Cooper. Take this.
No.
Take it.
Talon, you are coming with us. We did not come all this way together for you to leave us now. You are coming with us. We will figure this out at a later date.
We're gonna figure this out. But you gotta get these people home. You can give it back to me later.
That's a promise. And don't do anything stupid.
Make
That's
sure
my
you
job.
look better than this the next time we see each other, yeah?
I'm gonna just reach out and like clasp their hand. You're coming back to us. We'll start building your house in Harvard.
Yeah. I'll see you soon.
And I'll let the elevator doors close.
Ding! Starts taking you upward. The camera's going to follow the elevator up. The camera steps into the elevator with you, Cooper, leaving Tolan down there on the other side of the doors. As the elevator doors open up, and we see Daffleria waiting there.
Kind of sad. I imagine I don't even realize Tolan is missing.
Not
because
at first.
there were two Tolans for a bit there.
Two Tolans and like 6 or 8 other people in this elevator.
Yeah. So I'm just kind of I see the second elevator arrive and I immediately start trying to figure out how to get people out.
And just after we get the people like kind of going on their way, if we've been able to coach them on like where we saw patrols, I'm gonna pull Daffleria in close and just Tolan's doing something down there. I don't know what it is, but they promised that they will see us again.
What?
I don't know what they're doing.
How are you certain they will return?
I'm gonna hold up the locket and the piece of paper. They gave me this.
Okay, I'm going to have to trust that Tolan will get out safely. Let's make up a plan for this creature outside and just get everyone home.
Agreed.
Let's pan back down to Tolan.
So immediately after the elevator doors close behind them, Tolan puts their hands up, just waits.
Okay. I was going to say, in the time it took you to escort all of these people out, I was filling one box in the GENESTAR response clock, but if you're just going to stand there and wait to be apprehended, I'm just going to go ahead and fill in that entire clock. In the meantime, what is the plan for getting these people safely away? Starward siblings.
I think our first objective was just to take care of the dragon that's outside.
Let me ask more succinctly. Do you plan on getting them past the immediate obstacle of the dragon and giving them directions out of here? Or are you planning on going with them, seeing them through the city, seeing them back to a settlement, perhaps even all the way back to Harvest? Are you leaving Tollin? Or is your plan to tell them how to get out of here and return to Tollin?
I think my plan would be to tell them how to get out of here.
My plan would be to see them to safety.
Play that out.
Look, I'm going back for them.
Okay, just be safe. I am at this point. I'm gonna take my bow and my arrow off of my back and offer it to Cooper, and just be like, "This is all I can really give to help you." But there's so many people here. They need guidance and someone to protect them.
Yeah, they need you.
They don't need my bow. If you can find any use in this, take it.
I'll take them, and it just kind of like very gently, like kind of like hand behind head, and just like kind of push my like pull Daffley's head down because taller than I am now, and just kind of like put my forehead to hers, and I'm bringing them back.
Okay. You come home as well.
I have every intention to, and when I do, I'm marrying Lily.
Good. I can't wait for it. Be careful, my brother.
And take care of yourself, sister.
I'll take care of everyone. Don't you worry.
So, but first, we got a dragon to deal with.
Yes, there is that.
I think just with what's going to be going on, I'm okay with actually risking channeling at least one spell to help deal with this thing.
Okay.
So Cooper, you're hanging around long enough to see them away from the dragon?
Yeah.
Are you telling Lily about this idea of you going back down into the metal cave?
Yeah. There's a friend that is doing something that seems to be very dangerous, and I need to make sure that they can come home. So I have to go back down there.
You came all this way to get us. You have to come back with us.
Daffleria will make sure that you will get home. I have to bring Tollin home too. The only reason that we were able to get all of you is because of them. And I'm not going to let them do something stupid for some kind of noble sacrifice, perhaps. I don't think that they would hurt Tollin, but they need to come home too. And I know we just saw each other, but you'll see me again.
Then I want to help. If you're staying, I'll stay.
You have been here too long. Just please go with Daffleria. She will make sure that you get home safely. Look, I know that your parents already don't like me that much. I know we're Star Wars. This is. Look, I will try to be no more than a day or two behind you. It's more important that you get home. Harvest needs you more than it needs me.
I don't think that's true. But... Okay. Just don't do anything stupid yourself. You have to come home too.
the reason I'm getting told is because they're doing something stupid. I have no intention of being.
Okay. I'll do what I can to get everyone else back safely then.
Okay. And I will be there as soon as I can.
Okay. Stay safe.
You too.
Just gonna lean in and kiss you.
Definitely big surprise face from Cooper. But I'll take a moment, give her a big hug, and return that as well.
Okay. She lingers for a second and just full body turns out of the kiss. Starts marching away. A little bit of a quiver to her shoulders that she steals and moves forward with the rest of the group. As these 24 large, sturdy folk of Harvest and other areas, variously mutated as the people of this world now are, Defaleria leading them, march their way outward. Cooper, you said you were going to contribute some sort of spell to the dragon encounter.
Yeah. Yep. All right. And just because I have to deal with those mutations, attempt to channel real quick.
You'll have to roll a minor detrimental mutation just to cast the spell.
All right. Let's see what happens. Please don't be
I'm
bad.
excited.
Cooper is not a spellcaster. He has to pay the mutation cost just to cast.
That I lose a talent.
Oh no!
Oh no!
This is a minor. Oh no, talent is in there for a minor.
Yeah.
That is true. We talked about this.
Yep.
I personally think I'm gonna add this to the FAQ as well. At least pick David's brain about losing a talent on a minor detrimental mutation. I'm going to say instead of losing a talent, because I think that's a bit much on a minor. Because even on a major, there's only one out of 6 chance to lose a single talent. Personally, as a DM, I don't think it fits, so I'm gonna take talent away. I'm going to say instead decrement one of your skill die.
Okay. You know what? I'll decrement my research.
Okay. Yeah, I personally think losing one of your key class features because of a minor detrimental mutation is a bit much. So I'm house brewing that, home brewing that. For the sake of the demo play and teaching the game, yes, a minor detrimental mutation on a 2, you would lose your talent.
Okay.
So what are you casting then?
Swell.
Swell.
Yep,
How are you swelling things?
The idea would be to take one of its wings and like swell it to be like over large and just throw off its ability to fly.
Okay. Yeah. You do so. Defaleria, how are you contributing to this this dragon problem?
Oh boy.
Actually, we still need a Cooper to make the roll. That's true. Hold off there, Defaleria. Cooper, give me a channel roll.
It's a 3 and a 2.
That's a completely failed spellcasting roll. Okay. The spell does not work as intended. And you take another minor detrimental mutation.
But what if I help and contribute? So there's that 1d6 extra.
I would normally want this declared before as the spell is being set up.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So I get a quick appearance thing.
Okay.
So let's see. So it is not that, and oh boy. Well, my any attempts I have at disguising are going to be awful. So let's see. I get pattern, skin, and I now have a plant pattern skin.
Awesome.
Very cool. Very, very cool.
Yeah. So I think that's what's going to happen is I go to cast a spell, and then like it's going to be basically just be like you know like the like color of like some of like those exotic plant leaves that are just like the pattern like stripes of like yellow and green. That's going to like kind of sprout from like my fingertips, and then eventually like kind of encapsulate my entire body.
All right. Yeah, any attempt to blend in and look like Talon is out the window as your whole skin shimmers and transforms a bit. And the spell... It's not just that the spell fails, it's that the spell works in an unintended way. You still cast the spell, you are still channeling magic through you, and it needs to come out in some way. Failure results in a mishap. The character undergoes an additional minor detrimental mutation, as well as a consequence. And the consequence for this is going to be you attempted to swell one of the wings to cause it to go off balance, make it difficult for it to move, make it impossible for it to glide, or even fly in any way it may have been able to do so. Instead, the spell lashes out towards this dragon, and the whole thing just grows.
Oh,
the
no.
whole dragon grows. It is now not just Komodo dragon sized, it is the size of a horse at this point.
Oh, dear Lord.
It is a large creature. Daffleria. One, what is your response to Cooper apparently buffing the dragon? And two, how are you gonna deal with this?
I'm tempted to use my remaining spells entirely on this thing to get rid of it.
Okay.
Which is 5 aspects.
Oh god.
What is that? What does that look like? What are you
Oh
casting?
goodness. Okay, so I have Crack and Flex, and they're going to be the basis of this spell. Basically, the dragon is going to start looking kind of like a porcelain vase that is cracking. All these little fissures are going to appear across its body. That's when Bleed and Scald will come into play, which these little fissures will begin to erupt, and this blood will come. I don't want to say it's blood, maybe it's water, maybe it's anything, but basically this vase begins to spew out scalding liquid as it's cracking. Finally, I have Sprout. And I would love the idea for plants to begin growing out of this dragon from these cracks.
I love it. I love it.
Turns into gnarliest flower vase ever.
Oh god.
Roll your channel.
Like the Fern Gully when the guy turns into a tree.
Ooh, there's a reference.
Very old reference.
It's a good one.
I got a 2 and an 11.
Okay. So what I hear is you got a 2 and 2 1s, right? No. No, a 2 and an 11. Much better than a 2 and 2 1s. Yes, the magic, the aspects the essence coalesces around you. I don't think we've ever had a 5-aspect spell before in this miniseries. That is a lot of magic to throw out, and could have went very, very wrong if you rolled complications for this. But it works exactly as intended. This dragon grows in size. Its claws, its lizard-like maw, its wings all expand, and as it shrieks out in your direction, and it actually unfolds this frill of this pinkish purple frill that begins to twitch and begin dripping with acid as it starts lumbering forward. And as it completes this growth that Cooper seemed to have for some reason done, its skin begins to sheen over white, very much like the GENESTAR's itself. The 2 dozen or so people freak out, seeing a dragon, two, an enlarged dragon, and then seeing the dragon take on the stark white appearance of the GENESTARs, but that white overtakes it. Its movement stiffens as it turns almost into a statue, and then the seeming stone form it now has, begins to crack. And you can see soil and mud and water begin spurting and falling from the cracks in this now porcelain cracking dragon, as whole chunks of this stone epidermis fall and shatter against the ruined pavement of this ancient city. Soil begins flowing out of it as the entire dragon, under its now much heavier weight, collapses down, the body slumping down into the pavement, cracking as more spider veins crack against its porcelain, leaving its four legs there, spread out, its neck and snout moved forward, looking up, almost statuesque, its frill out, now solidified in stone, its tail lashed out behind, and its chest area, its body, collapses. The tail begins leaking water. The snout begins leaking water as you've essentially turned this dragon into a fountain. And a tree begins sprouting from the soil that had taken over the insides of this porcelain dragon. As you just get this sapling that starts to slowly grow. A very familiar white tree, these large fanned leaves, very similar to the one on the hill outside of Harvest.
It's fitting that the story begins and ends with this tree. Well, it's not over yet.
Yeah, but...
And you can do this because of Fuzzy Body.
I think that's a nice, succinct way to deal with the dragon. Normally, if we had another session or two to go about this, it would be a whole dragon fight. But this was a 5-aspect spell, and I so loved that visual. So that deals with the dragon. Cooper, with that, I imagine you turn and head back inside. Daffalier, you head off with the villagers. Lead them out of the ruins of Ashwick. Cooper, we're gonna drop into some cutscenes here, and feel free to wave me down and interject as you would like. But we're over time. I want to start wrapping things up.
Yeah.
So we're gonna.
Can I make one request?
Yep.
When I am apprehended,
Mhm.
Tallinn is, whether or not, well, listen, who knows? But Tallinn is stating who they are and that they would like to speak with the High Professor.
Mm-hmm. We see that. The camera pans down underneath this new dragon statue out front of GENESTAR Corporate. And down to Tallinn in this concrete and metal haven down here, as very much like the stormtroopers in the original Star Wars movies, begin filing out of the staircase. Dozens of them begin to line the walls as this one larger figure, stark white, with a flowing white cape behind him, very geometrically shaped hat of some sort. And of course the telltale face mask of a GENESTAR, but his has these gold accents to it, a gold stripe that goes down. the middle of this face, some accents under the eyes. You imagine this is the High Professor. He steps forward. You are my key, our salvation, the return to the world as it is meant to be. Welcome, Subject 24, savior of the human race. I'm glad you have decided to join with us.
What you have been saying makes sense. What you've been telling them makes sense. And
I'm glad you
there
see
was
that.
there was certainly a time I disagreed, but I think you're right. I think I am here to save the human race.
Then come with me. We will see. You will show us what we used to be, and we will remake the world as it was meant to be. And he gestures out towards you, and you can see, as his white cape flows to the side, a very familiar armband, very similar to yours, green ring crystal around his wrist. But you see that essence meter that you have. Yours is down to 0.30. It's barely a green line at one end of the spectrum. His is colored red almost all the way up to full. Not quite, somewhere hovering around the 80% range. Faintly glowing. Come. We will remake the world in your image.
How do you have that?
It has been passed down through generations and generations of high professors. It has been our lineage to remind the children of the old world what we are, what our purpose is. To atone for the sins of our forefathers, to correct them, to pave the way for you, to make all of this right again.
Then we should. I'd like to try casting a spell.
Okay. Before you get to that,
Sure.
I want to see how convincing you are of this. I mean, you tell me. Is there part of you that believes this? Even just a little bit. A part of you that would go with him, hear him out, maybe bring the world back to how it used to be, bring humanity back to the way you are? Or are you stalling, placating, waiting, biding your time to ruin them, their experiment, yourself, wait for backup? Are you bluffing? Or are you waiting to be persuaded or not?
There was a point where they absolutely would be willing to consider this as being accurate. Now, I think Colin believes that maybe they're right insofar as they have an opportunity here to fix a real bad mistake, but not the mistake that the GENESTARs think it is. And so partially, Colin is stalling to give them time to get away. And looking for an opportunity to do as much damage as they possibly can.
Okay. I'd say first roll me a persuade check.
Sure. That is a 1 and a 5.
Okay. That is a partial success. As he reaches out his hand to motion you forward, to bring you forward, he uses the other hand to motion to the other GENESTARs who begin filing around the room and behind you. A few of them walk up just next to you. One of them leans forward and puts their hand on your shoulder. Do you continue with whatever you were going to channel?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I would like to cast a 5 aspect spell.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Yes.
I have 5 aspects currently. Evolve, Weave, Pulse, Spurt, and Mold.
Okay.
I would like to create it's definitely pretty crazy. But I would like to create almost a sort of essence evolutionary wave centered on Tallinn outwards to sort of force rapid mutation as far out as it can get me for a 5th level
So good.
It's so good, but it's also kind of stupid.
Oh yeah, 100%.
We said no stupid.
But it's the best they've got.
Okay. All right. There's a lot of things interacting with each other right now. Okay.
I like the full DM pondering position right now.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
Oh god.
Okay. You are not a spellcaster, which means you would suffer a minor detrimental mutation. You begin to draw essence around you, into you, trying to channel it the way that you've seen Daffiliria do, Cooper to some extent, at least when he makes potions. You've had conversations about what essence is and how they interact with it. But you've never tried yourself. But you try to coalesce this essence into you, and your armband begins glowing brighter and brighter and brighter. You do not need to, at least immediately, roll for a minor detrimental mutation, as this armband tries to stave off this pollution, the essence. Shield you. But this is a 5-aspect spell. How many of these are face cards, actually?
I will double check. I made the foolish decision of not noting all of the cards that they were, and I apologize for that.
No worries. Go.
Birch is 10 of hearts. Pulse is the 2 of diamonds. Oh. Is the 8 of clubs.
Evolve is the 3 of clubs.
And then Weave Oh, there it is. The 9 of clubs.
Okay,
So none of them,
okay.
unfortunately.
So none of them are face cards. That's a power level of 5. Okay. What is your channel die? Your channel skill die? Just a D4.
Yep.
No.
I don't want to completely take the roll away from you and say that you can't do it. But I can't even do that. No, I could. This armband you have was specifically designed to stop essence buildup, to stop your interaction with magic.
Yeah.
And you're trying to channel a lot of it. So you're gonna be able to break through that that shielding. The essence, radiation, pollution, whatever it may be, is too much for the shielding of this bracelet. Now, normally, if you were casting a lower level spell, I would decrement your channel die. So that would decrement from a D4 to nothing.
I'd still have my soul die.
Yeah, you just have your soul die. Go ahead and roll me your soul die.
Come on. Please work.
I know I shouldn't, but I have to say it. This is gonna be where I just hit the 1.
I knocked on wood for you. You got this.
That's a 5.
Okay. That's still a partial success. Okay. Which means it works as intended, but there's an additional consequence. Your intent is to, what? Rapidly mutate yourself and all of those around you.
Yes.
To the point where you are no longer a feasible genetic key for whatever they're doing.
Correct.
Okay. I think I have this. This is a 5 aspect, 5 potency spell that you really had to push through. I was waiting for that. I was waiting for that one. I was waiting for a failure of some kind and then tempting you into a push your luck and then failure again. Man, this could have been bad. This is
Everyone becomes human again. No.
This is still a partial success. So you do manage to mutate yourself and those around you. You send out this evolving pulse wave that weaves through the very essence of everything around yourself, the GENESTARs, the concrete and metal of this room. Essence permeates everything. It is the fabric of the universe. It simply has not been active all that much in your time. Essence was a recent discovery, and the ability to manipulate it into magical effects was just being researched at the end of your time, the crisis, the cataclysm. But this pulse wave of evolution goes out. And you do begin to mutate. What? I would say your intent was to mutate yourself. The band is going to prevent some of that. But I would say with this, I'm doing some quick calculations in my head. Without the band, you want to mutate yourself. 5 aspects, I'd say that would probably, I don't know why you would ask for this, but that would probably equate to 2 major detrimental mutations. I would say the band would decrement one of those to a minor, and absorb a lot of the residual I would say you describe to me what you would like your mutated appearance to be. And if it comes up, we don't need to play this out now. It's the end of the show. But I think it would equate to, I don't know why you would ask for because I can't just give you beneficial mutations just for casting a spell, because that could be really exploited mechanically. But your intent is just to mutate yourself.
And them.
And them.
Yeah.
So I would say mechanically, this would equate to 3 minor detrimental mutations, which we don't need to play out. We could talk about what that means for your character, should you survive, and update your character sheet at the end here. How do you physically mutate? What does this look like to you?
Do you mind if just real quick? So sorry. Do you mind if just very quickly I roll like a couple dice for the appearance mutations?
Go
like
for
the
it.
visual. Ooh. That would be enhanced. Yikes.
Cooper, while he's doing that, go ahead and roll me a channel test.
Oh God.
You're about to walk into something intense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is to see how you react with this pulse wave that's being sent out.
That's a 2 and a 4.
Awesome. On a success, I was going to turn that into a minor beneficial mutation, but that needed to be a full success. So you're going to take. You don't have one of these bands, and that's a 5 level mutation spell being cast out. Partial success, I'm going to say, negates some of that. You would take 2 minor detrimental mutations.
All right. That's a trait and an appearance that I lose.
Okay.
Oh no, I don't know if I can change back.
Little sad I'm
Oh,
not
no.
part of the mutation party.
Yeah, because if I lose a trait, then I can't change overnight anymore.
Oh yeah. That was your only trait, wasn't it?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I lost my attune to magic.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's okay. My appearance is going to change too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's not good. I hope Lily can like this body of.
You're gonna look more like Talon than Talon does.
We'll see on that one.
Mutate to look more human. It's like, ugh.
God.
Oops.
I just came down to save you. Let's see.
Should have trusted the process.
I have sparkling mammal feet.
Unicorn hooves.
I'm down for that.
Yeah, your lower half shimmers and you start growing like satyr legs.
Oh,
You get this sparkling, almost tinsel like fur that begins to grow on your legs. Your feet solidify into these white hooves.
It's like mother of pearl. So you look
Yeah.
at it from one angle, it's like teal, and then purple, and then yellow.
Mm-hmm.
God. I'm a nightmare creature now.
You're beautiful. That's the whole point of it.
You did this to me. It's okay. I look more of a freak than I did. You know what? I think that makes me fit in.
I think you're lovely. So there you
Thank
go.
you.
Me too.
Hey, at least cheese didn't factor into this at all.
It's true.
Yeah.
Tulin, though.
Yes.
You're the center of this scene. What happens to you?
So, Colin has another set of mammalian human-like eyes open above and below their own. There's their feet sort of stretch and claw a bit, becoming sort of talon and bird-like. Their arms begin to sort of stretch a bit, and become sort of scaled, like reptilian, and their fingers and hands become sort of overgrown with bark and twigs.
Okay.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah.
You are rapidly mutating in a way that not only your body is ill-equipped to handle, but you are purposely shielded against in whatever strange technology is on your wrist. This is a very difficult, painful, visceral process. You will take... What's how many boxes of resilience do you have? 4?
I have 4 in total, yeah.
I'm gonna roll me an endure test to see if you stay conscious.
That is a critical failure.
Oh,
Okay, critical failure. All
I
right,
knew it had to come at some point.
that is a failure with a 1.
It was 2
result still
1s,
being
in
2
fact.
1s. Awesome, great. You
Yeah.
those 2 1s. Yeah, critical failure. 1 dice shows any failure result. A 1, 2, or 3. 1 dice shows a 1. That is a critical failure. Okay. You are racked with pain as your body violently transforms over the course of a minute or 2. Your skin tearing and hardening and reshaping into various different forms. And you are racked with pain. You call out vaguely. You can hear the high professor shout out, "No! What are you doing?" As you're racked with pain, and you go straight into your wounded clock. On a complication, I was going to give you that 1. I was going to do 3 damage to your resilience. A complication was going to be 1 additional point in order to knock you into your wounded state. You go down, and you additionally take a scar. Partially because I wanted to show off the scar rules.
Yeah, it works out perfectly.
Yeah. So for a scar, I need you to roll me a d10.
That's a 3.
All right. For anyone following at home, scars are usually reserved for combat. If a character burns through all of their armor, all of their resistance, and are knocked into their wounded clock, they would first mark that first segment, which is downed, if they take any additional damage. Actually, that first segment is dazed. If they take additional damage, they would go down. If they take another point of damage, they would go into scarred. I am dropping you all the way into scarred. You rolled a 3, which is body. There is a chart on page 21 of the player's guide. Body. You begin bleeding out. With body, the scar is you begin bleeding out. Start a 3-stage clock. Without healing, you will die. You are rapidly mutating yourself in a way that your body cannot handle. Your bones begin to fracture and snap. Your skin hardens and softens and tears and transforms in ways that you are not capable of handling. These mutations that everyone else has happened over generations, hundreds of years, gradually to the point where their bodies can more malleably contend with the violent reshaping that essence can handle. But your body has not been conditioned for that, and you have an active shield that is messing with the essence as it interacts with you. And we see like part of your ribs. Again, anyone stop me. Part of your ribs break out from underneath your skin. However, they are not bone. They begin transforming into wood and sprouting little bits of twigs and leaves of their own as your rib cage becomes this mangled, gnarled bush of plant matter. Your skin begins to stretch and tear in places, and you lose consciousness. Cooper. Ding! As the elevator begins to open, and you see a mess down here. You see a number of GENESTARs in this area are laid out, taking a knee, masks removed from some of them, articles of clothes removed from some of them. As you can see before your eyes, they are rapidly beginning to mutate themselves. Bone shards begin jutting out of some of them. Some of them start growing feathers. Others, their skin changes color and texture. Some of them grow additional body parts. Some of them howling out in pain, both physical and probably, psychic pain from being forced into a more monstrous form than they already had, that they've been fighting against their whole life, that they were planning to cure themselves of because of this. And you see the High Professor, their own armband glowing bright green, trying to absorb as much of this essence as possible as he rips the face mask away, and you can see likewise scars all over the face as he's just shouting out at this point silently or beginning to croak in his own pain and frustration, really. And you can see in the center of this mess, surrounded by mutating GENESTARs, Tolan, who is rapidly beginning to look very different. You out of nowhere started to transform in your own way. You have no idea why that started happening, but you immediately notice that Tolan is going through mutations that are far more severe and have taken a dangerous and potentially deadly turn on his body.
Okay. I mean, first thing that I'm going to do is obviously I'm pretty certain that these GENESTARs are a little occupied at the moment, so I'm just going to rush in, and I'm just going to basically full body just grab Tolan and start dragging them out as fast as possible. And then if I can get them away, I have a healing moss kit that I've had since the very start of this adventure, and I'm going to immediately applying that every way that I can.
You drag him back into the elevator, pound at one of the buttons to get it moving again, and rustle through your pack. And as the doors close, the High Professor slumps down on his knees as he begins to mutate in various ways as well, and just starts kind of crawling in the direction of the elevator and shouts out as the doors closed, "You were meant to save this world!" He collapses, and the elevator begins rising. You pull out your healing moss and begin spreading it across the gaping wound in Tolan's chest.
And I'm just going to cradle them and just, I thought we agreed that you weren't going to do something stupid.
Tolan, we'll say with the healing there, you rouse to consciousness, but just barely. We're going to jump into an epilogue real quick, but you have a final response in this moment to Cooper.
Yeah, Tolan looks up, sort of glassy-eyed and only really half there, and goes, like cooking dinner. I get it.
The camera is going to slowly fade to sepia as the elevator doors open. Cooper, you help Tolan up and support his weight on your shoulders, stuck in this new and still very different form that you now are seemingly stuck in, as we follow the two of you making your way outside of this compound and into the old ruined city of Ashwick to meet up with Daffyleria and the other rescued captors here. And we're gonna fade on that. But the story's not quite over, not yet. I want to squeeze in a little bit of an epilogue with what time we have remaining. Everyone survived, more or less, changed in a number of different ways, physically, mentally, ideologically. But you all survived. You rescued the captors, and more importantly, Tolan is no longer a viable genetic savior. The armband on you, Tolan, that essence meter, has jumped up drastically. It's still at about 50%. It's 40.85 at this point. Yes, I have calculations for all of this. It's at 40.85, your essence meter, out of 100%. Not as heavily mutated as the High Professor, but far too much to be a viable, genetically pure human. And the High Professor knows it. And whatever state the GENESTARs are in after your evolution wave raked through them, we'll save that for another story. But to conclude this story, the three of you help these captors back to where they were and make your way back to Harvest. You reunite everybody there. I'll let each of you narrate your own things, but a house, you all help in building a home for Tolan. After a while, a few GENESTARs, ex-GENESTARs, make their way into town cautiously, no longer wearing the stark white uniforms or the face masks. The one you talked with up in the mountains made its way to Harvest. How does our story end personally for each of you three? Let's start with Daffyleria. Let's start with Cooper.
Well, Cooper.
I'm trying to dramatically order things, knowing various things that each of you kind of want to do. We'll start with Cooper.
I think that Cooper would definitely fulfill his promise that he made to Daffyleria. He comes home and does propose to Lily, even though he knows that who he is now is not the same person who left Harvest those weeks ago, and definitely tries to be the best and caring husband that he can be during he has Daffyleria as his best person, and Tolan is part of the bridal party, of course. But eventually, I would just settle down and go back to my life of tinkering. I would work with Tonk and eventually try to either partner with him for business or eventually take over his business as he grows older. But
one of these sepia still shots of following Cooper's life after this adventure. One of them is just Tonk standing Captain Morgan style on top of a heap of garbage and trash and whatnot in the mech suit with his arms up, pincer fully spread.
And eventually, if our family becomes if we continue to be kind of the leaders in the community, Cooper would voice all the support in the world for his sister to be the one kind of overseeing things.
All right. And an unlikely but very solid union between the Starwards and the Mooncrests. All right. Where does life take Daffleria?
Well, in Harvest, we've always brought forth leaders based on their ability to grow plants. What I'm doing isn't that different. My focus has definitely shifted away from the agricultural aspects, but more to growing people, cultivating them, their talents, their spirits, and making this world, as weird as it is, a better place to live in for us, for the ex GENESTARs. I'll take anyone in that wants to live a better life. And that's kind of where that life takes me. I do seek to become a leader and help people, but not in the way that maybe Harvest wants, but it's what Harvest kind of needs, what lots of people need. And we just kind of try to flourish.
You do so. The town returns to prosperity. Everything settles down. Slowly, cautiously welcome new members of the community. Help to integrate them. Help to ease their own consciences.
Yeah. This goes beyond Harvest as well, though, to Updraft and to the Blushing Pools, to Grand Mall. Hopefully they have better future ahead of them.
And Tolan, Subject 24, now non-viable. What does that mean for a very different Tolan?
It takes them a while to get used to this. Things are different, and even once they've healed, just learning how to be able to do the same things is so incredibly different now.
On top of your other mutations, you do wear that your branch ribs poked out of you. The moss healed your wounds, but you still have this sort of it's morphed into sort of a the branches sort of sweep around you and blossom along with the season, so you kind of have this flowing sort of spine of flowers that wraps around and up your back.
And it's just a lot for them to get used to, but they help with building a house and with learning about the culture and the customs and the world, at least this part of it as it is, and spending a lot of time with Cooper and Daffleria and considering them family. If ever asked about the original thing that they had requested help with, often Colin sort of shrugs it off and finds a way to change the subject. And then eventually, their locket goes out. And it's a moment of realization for them. And so they summon everyone together and explain that it's entirely possible that there are still people out there like Colin who could be waking up in these places with no idea what's going on or where they are or what the world is or what humanity is. And it's entirely possible that there are parts of the GENESTAR that aren't done. And that they find themselves in a pretty unique position to be able to do something about that. And that it's a sorely needed purpose. Colin would go to Cooper and ask if he remembers back then when he gave him that piece of paper. Make sure that he still has it. And then after, I assume a nice meal, Colin would pack their things and say that it's not goodbye forever. Just for now. And begin a very long, very interesting journey.
Okay. So I think our final scene, our final sepia tinted page of this epilogue will be the silhouette, or will be Colin in focus, walking down this road out of Harvest, back towards the cracked, ancient interstate highway that spans this region. Silhouetted behind him, Cooper, Lily by his side, Daffyleria nearby. Behind them, silhouetted, a mass of people at the edge of Harvest, waving farewell to you. This strange tree up upon a hill, a new house added to the Starwards crop fields. And off to the side, a divot in the hilltop with a door, a large metal door now shuttered, with the logo and name Haven Corp. Tolan walking straight past that, out into this brand new world that he's now an accepted and accepting part of. Is that a good wrap for everybody?
Yeah.
Yep. It's got those right bittersweet tones to it, you know?
I'm not crying, you're crying.
I mean, we dodged some real heavy emotional stuff this episode, because I have a lot of other things that could have happened, as well as all the things that I know you guys, the heavy heartstrings you guys are thinking about pulling. That's the conclusion of our Lost Eons GENESTAR demo play miniseries. This has been an amazing ride. This has been so much. Thank you for going over time with us. We budgeted out an extra hour to play through the conclusion and have our final talks. We spent all of that getting through the conclusion of this episode, because as with the other three, there was just nothing I could cut. So much good roleplay, so many fantastic decisions from everybody. I did not want to stifle the creativity or roll back the narrative in any way. So thank you, my players, for staying with me for an extra hour. Thank you, audience, for hanging out. I see some new names in the chat. This has been an incredible journey. Thank you so much for being along with it. Thank you so much, Andrew, Zoe, Drake, for being fantastic players, telling a fantastic story with the things that I threw at you. Really going with all the different things I was throwing at you and handling them in just perfect ways, yes-anding through everything, making this a fantastic collaborative storytelling experience. This has been an absolutely fantastic game, and has been a real heartfelt one. Man, this has been an impactful season for my psyche. um, I hope you all enjoyed it. It doesn't even feel like a demo play. The rules were so well disguised underneath just such a great storytelling experience. But we covered everything, I believe. We covered everything on my checklist of rules. So along with the bite-sized tutorials that are going to continue coming out incrementally over the next couple weeks, there's a lot of demonstration of how play would be handled from the player side and the GM side, different tips and tricks that we've picked up along the way, advice for running games, being a good player, being a good GM. The after shows are golden for post-game talks and whatnot that are available to Ko-Fi members. But I hope this has been an enjoyable and entertaining, educational demo play mini-series. And I would definitely recommend, if you've enjoyed this journey, if it has evoked creativity within you, interest in playing it, go pick up a copy of this. I will throw some links in the chat while we are doing our outros. But go pick up this game, go find some people to run it or play it with, and of course hop into our Discord if you want to chat about it, whether it's the show itself or the game in some way. I'm going to stop rambling on because I know these people need to go on with their evenings. So, for one final time as your characters, but we will be back next week for our final episode of the season, our critical analysis of the game. Let's we're not gonna have an after show. I know you guys need to get going. So let me ask you for your final thoughts as you tell us where we can find you. Let's start in reverse order as we usually do with subject 24. Tolan, Drake, just so much this entire journey. Any final thoughts you have, and then tell us where we can get more of that.
Yeah, I had so much fun. This was such an amazing experience, and I love how this all sort of came together in the way that we all sort of had a great chemistry, uh, and this game created a great opportunity for that. I thought this was a great last episode, and it definitely left me with some pretty heavy feels. Uh, and just to throw it out there, if you want, I can send you the unread letter so you can put it up on like your Ko-Fi or something.
Yes, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So just to keep it short and sweet, I'm Drake, also known as Lion, aka the Lion Knight 42, which is where you can find me on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, and pretty much everywhere else. I have a couple of shows that I have going on, and soon we'll have Tales from the Table, which will be at different points featuring all of these amazing people.
All right. Yeah, I can't wait to see what more we can see from you. Our Daphiliria, sister of the Starward siblings. Where can we find you, Zoe? What do you have going on, and what are your final thoughts on this?
You can find me on Twitter as @ZoeTrooper. It's been such a pleasure being a part of this Uncovered series. Lost Eons was a lot of fun. I would seriously recommend picking it up, trying it yourself with some friends. Very rules light. Doesn't bog you down with the specifics, and it lets your creativity do what creativity does. Tomorrow I'm going to be in a couple of things. You can check my Twitter for times and retweets on when those will be, but the people I'm going to be with is at Component Cast and at Casters Castles. Both really great companies, great at storytelling. Check them out. Check what we're doing out. And I'm looking forward to, in the future, working with these three wonderful individuals on other projects. To be announced.
All right. And our final Starward sibling Cooper and Andrew. I loved the dynamic toward. I've loved all that, but the dynamic towards the end there, oh, it was great. It was magical. Your wrap up and where we can find you.
First of all, trying not to cry.
I'm not crying, you're crying.
That was a very, very heavy outro. This is one of the first times that I've only completed the campaign a grand total of, I think this is like maybe third or fourth time. So this is a new experience for me. But I had an absolute blast. I'm honestly truly honored to be here. This was such a fantastic experience, and honestly, Jack, you should be applauded for telling such a good story along with us. But I am Andrew. I'm That Gamer Ajax on Twitter, TikTok, and YouTube. Just kind of trying to make tips and tricks videos, kind of highlighting a variety of systems, including D&D and other smaller ones. I will be having a new video coming out actually probably tonight. But other than that, just here to talk tabletop stuff. And if you guys have game recommendations, please send them my way. I'm always looking for new ones.
Yeah. All right. With that, we're going to head out. That's all the time we have. If you like what we're doing here at the People Ascension and RPGs Uncovered, do, if you can, head over to our Ko-Fi page and see all the cool stuff over there. Free versions, free access, not even separate versions, free access to the bite-sized mini tutorials are over there, as well as written documentation of all of them if you want handouts or something written to go over. But that is the best way to support the channel monetarily, so that we can help expand, get new games, get new people in, actually pay people for their fantastic talents and services that they provide, and expand outward into more shows and bring other creatives into our channel and whatnot. So if you can, and you enjoy what we're doing, you want to see more of it and better quality of it, head over to Ko-Fi and see if you want to hang out, give a one-time donation, sign up for a monthly support with different tiers for different rewards. And of course, go check out the itch page for Lost Eons, and when you pick up the game and play in and run one of your own, be sure to head over to our Discord and tell me all about it, because I want to hear about your stories. With that, though, we're going to wrap up. So, when you do save the world from being completely rewritten, completely rewrite the ideology of some crazy ancient cult, change their minds, welcome them into your town, it's best to greet them with a nice welcoming basket of your local large juicy heart tomatoes. Good night, everybody. We will see you next week for the critical analysis of Lost Eons. I hope you enjoyed the show and enjoy your own game. Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.